Good morning. My name's Sam Byrne. I'm the Secretary of the Co-op Federation. My first duty today is to ask you to welcome Uncle Alan Madden to the stage for the Welcome to Country.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's always an honour and pleasure for me to welcome one and all the country, just to give you a little bit of an insight of where you are and who we are. Married man, 10 children, 26 grandchildren, and 17 great-great. Yes, we did have TV. Just couldn't afford the bloody electricity. Born and bred in Redfern, the capital of Sydney. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our First Nations and traditional owners of the lands that you may have come from or work upon, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present. Also pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is, and always will be Aboriginal land. Only three things surer than that: coming, taxation and going. It's an honour and a pleasure to be here today to welcome one and all to Gadigal. Gadigal is one of 29 clans of the Eora Nation. The Eora Nation is bounded by nature's own, the Hawkesbury River to the north, Nepean to the west, and Georges River to the south. And in between those three mighty rivers is the Eora Nation. And in that nation, there are 29 clans. And the clan's land we're on today is Gadigal. On behalf of members of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council and of the Gadigal mob, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. There's an old Aboriginal saying out there, I think it's very appropriate for you mob here today. They say, where there's a will, there's relatives. So once again, on behalf of the Land Council and of the Gadigal mob, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
My second job today is to welcome the Chair of the Federation to the stage, Richard O'Leary. I'm a lifetime cooperator, to say a few words. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you for everyone being here, and that welcome was unbelievable. It's my second hearing of the welcome. I was at New South Wales Farmers Conference last week, and Uncle Alan, you do a great job, and thank you. We're delegates. We're here for a very important part of cooperative knowledge, education, and fellowship, connecting. And I hope you'll be able to join with us to make sure that you're not only meeting other delegates over the next 2 days, but connecting with cooperatives, making sure that you're learning and getting the knowledge that cooperatives and people within the cooperatives can actually give you as part of your learning process. over the 2 days, we have some very, very important and strong messages that are coming from that cooperative background that most of us have that are here. But we also, at the same time, have invited guests from our legislators, our members. In fact, we've got some fantastic members here this morning that are actually part of our political scene, and they are obviously very much aware of where cooperatives sit in that. So it's going to be interesting to hear from them as to what actually is unfolding in our parliaments of today. But please make sure that you actually spend time with other delegates. Make sure that you actually get your connections right, and of course go away from here learning more about cooperatives so that you also can teach people about how to be a great cooperator and also to actually be part of that cooperative scene. We need strong cooperatives. Back in 2012, when we had the International Year of Cooperatives, we thought, let's hope that we can move on and build a better cooperative base. Well, that has been part of the achievement, and we're hoping that we might actually be able to continue on to make that. And I promise you that the Federation will be there for you, making sure that we're actually opening the doors and making sure that the legislators are aware of how important cooperatives are to our economy. And I appreciate you being here today and tomorrow, and on top of that, making sure that you get the maximum out of the time spent with us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Richard. I'd now like to welcome Gurmesh Singh MP to the lectern. Gurmesh is the member for Coffs Harbour, an area where we have a number of member cooperatives, and he has his own personal experience with Oz Group, the berries cooperative up there. So Gurmesh, please, and it's his first time to our conference, so thanks very much for coming.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Uncle Alan, for the welcome to country. Look, Richard foreshadowed that we might want to talk about politics and policy, but I don't want to do that. I want to talk about cooperatives. As Sam mentioned, I've got a long history with cooperatives up in our region. But look, firstly, I wanted to represent the government here at the opening of the Assembly. I'm the member for Coffs Harbour, but I'm also the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Cooperatives, along with the Honourable Mick Veach, who I think is here later in the day, and also joined by Jenny Leong, who's also the Secretary of the Parliamentary Friends of Cooperatives and Mutuals. As I said earlier, I've had a long history with the cooperative sector. My family currently farms macadamias and blueberries and raspberries, and currently we're members of 2 farming cooperatives, one based up in the Alstonville area where we send our macadamias, and the other one based just south of Coffs Harbour where we send our berries. And immediately before getting into politics, I was actually the chair of Oz Group Co-op, which is the berry co-op in the region. A bit about them. They've got about 150 members. I think they capped it at 150. And if this Varroa mite doesn't turn out to be as bad as we hope, or as bad as we think, and it's as good as we hope, they should turn over about $250 million this financial year coming up. So, they started from quite humble beginnings about 25 years ago. So you remember I'm the member for Coffs Harbour, known for the big banana. We used to have a massive banana industry in Coffs Harbour from about the 1930s and 40s all the way through till about the, let's call it the early to mid-90s, when people started growing bananas in Queensland and the Northern Territory. At that time, I was only probably, let's call it early high school. Most people started getting out of bananas because there was just no money in it. And a lot of people left the town, and some people slowly started transitioning into other crops. I was quite fortunate. Our family bought a macadamia farm. Many others tried a heap of different things, and blueberries was one of those crops that they decided to try towards the end of the late 90s. And pretty quickly they discovered they had the same sorts of issues that they had in the banana industry, where the market agents were playing them off against each other, and instead of ratcheting their prices up, the agents would ratchet their prices down and play them off. So getting into blueberries, you would hope that they would have learnt their lessons early on, about what not to do. But look, they made the same mistakes that they made in the banana industry. There was only 4 growers early on, and quite luckily, 2 of them were good friends, and it was then their cousins beyond that. So they knew each other quite well. And what they would do, they'd all pick and pack their own berries, and they'd all ring the different agents in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. And Melbourne would have the highest price, so all 4 of them would send their fruit to Melbourne, crash that market. Later in the week, they'd ring Brisbane and Sydney, because Melbourne's now crashed. Brisbane would have the highest price, they'd all send it to Brisbane, crash Brisbane, and then the 3rd day of the week, they'd send it to Sydney and crash Sydney. And then they'd play this cycle over and over again for a couple of years, and they thought, well, we've got to do this a little bit differently. So they got together and they thought, let's just start marketing it together, where we'll send a 3rd here, a 3rd there, and a 3rd there, and we'll just split the price differences, because often Melbourne would pay higher. It was always the market of first choice. And they did that for a little while, and then their customers really got to like that model because they had a more steady supply, and with a steady supply, they could build their own customers as well, the local fruit shops and supermarkets. But then they started seeing an inconsistency in quality. You know, one farmer would be a little bit better than the others, and they'd have this inconsistency. So then they decided, well, why don't we get together and let's pack them together, and we'll have a consistent supply, and then we'll send them out. And they rented this little space, probably about as big as this stage twice over, a little cool room. And they started, they'd pick them in the morning, and then late in the afternoon, they'd pack them all together, and, they'd actually have a good time because they all knew each other and they were friends. They'd have a good time. And basically that's how they started. From 4 growers, they pretty rapidly grow, so that anyone else who had wanted to come into the industry joined the cooperative. Wasn't a cooperative at the time, it was actually a partnership. And every time a new person wanted to join the partnership, they'd have to run off to the accountant, change the partnership details, run off to the bank, change the partnership details. And they did that 12 times till they got to 16 members, and I thought, this isn't working. This is costing us too much in accounting fees. And at that time, what they should have done was formed a cooperative. But the advice from the accountant, who didn't really know what a cooperative was to make a company, a proprietary limited company. And for all intents and purposes, that worked pretty well. And in 2009, so it started in 2000. In 2009, I was doing uni here in Sydney. My wife and I moved back home, and I got elected to the board. I hadn't intended to. I just turned up to one of their AGMs with my dad, and someone pointed, oh, you got an education, get on the board. So I did. And one of the first things we saw at that time is we're up to 60 members. Now, legally, a proprietary limited company can only have 50 shareholders. So there was about 10 people who were basically members and shareholders, but not legally. And so we sought some legal advice, and they said, oh, you've got 2 options now. You either go public to a publicly listed company or form a cooperative. And we didn't want to go public because that involves a whole bunch of other costs. So we decided to form a cooperative, and it took us nearly 2.5 to 3 years of getting through the paperwork of what it meant to form a cooperative. And so we had this cooperative entity on one side and a trading entity on the other, and it's all very New York corporate. We had to have a hostile takeover of our own company, which is the way they described it. And we got all the members over. Everyone wanted to do it. There was no controversy there, but just the way we had to do it was very difficult compared to what it should have been. It should have been really easy, and it wasn't. Since then, the membership grew to about 150. I believe they capped it at 150 in the last couple of years. And what they were able to deliver as a group of 150 members, firstly, revenue of the organisation grew from about $10 million 10 years ago to about $250 million in 2022. It gave us access to a lot of exclusive deals that we might not have been able to make in any other way. When you've got 40 to 50% of the Australian market in a group, you've got selling power for a start. The supermarkets will talk to you, but also a tremendous amount of buying power as well. And we're able to sign some exclusive deals with companies from around the world that gave the growers in that cooperative a distinct advantage over anyone else in the market. We're able to hire agronomists for the exclusive use. So blueberries are relatively new in Australia. only really been grown here for the last 30 or 40 years, but you probably only started seeing them in the supermarkets consistently about 15 years ago. So it meant that there was no real agricultural knowledge in this country, so we had to import people from California who helped build up an agronomic support base. And that couldn't have been done. A single grower, a single farmer on their own just cannot afford to do that, whereas a cooperative of 150 growers, we could. And it also gave them access to capital to be able to do things that an individual farmer is not able to do. So late 2014 or 15, the group of growers bought a disused Bunnings site right on the highway, and that became their packing facility. And it's a 7-acre site, again, something that 150 people can do, but one person alone cannot. And just recently, they bought a freezing line where all their product that's not good enough to get fresh grade can now be frozen and sold. So it just means it's less waste, but also more money in the pockets of the farmers. So the beauty of the cooperative model in that instance is we've got growers who, in that cooperative, who'll turn over, a few $1 million a year, right down to people who'll turn over, $40,000 to $50,000 a year. And every single person, big or small, gets the same benefit. They get the same access to agronomists, they get the same access to the genetics and varieties, but also the packing lines that make it so much more efficient to pack. The biggest guys who might be able to afford one on their own, fair enough. But the smallest people, the smaller growers, who ordinarily wouldn't be able to afford these machines, can save their packing costs by half because they're a member of this cooperative. So that all sounds really, really great. It's really great, but it's not without its challenges. And in my personal experience, and I'm talking here as a former cooperative director, not as a member of parliament, but look, our biggest challenge and my biggest challenge that I found was the loyalty of the members. Trying to keep that loyalty strong over a 20-year association with people was very difficult, and probably the most difficult part. It's what the board actually spent most of their time doing. And I think that's really important for everyone here to know, especially those who are starting out in the cooperative sector, is you really need to build those relationships, and you really need to hammer home every single day why cooperative relationships need to be different, because there are two fundamental types of relationships. One relationship is transactional, and that's where there's an exchange. You go to a shop, you give them money, they give you something in return, and it's usually a very finite relationship, and it's very easy to slip into a win-lose relationship, especially where there's a distortion of market power. But where cooperatives have their strengths is in partnerships, where people actually really value a infinite long-term relationship where both parties can have a win-win. And that can be really challenging, can be really, really challenging to hold over a long period, but that's really important to build into the co-op rules, into your model, and into your everyday daily interactions with members. I think that's really, really important. The other important thing is having commercial success. People are much more likely to stay members of a cooperative if it's commercially viable, if they're getting a better return than they can get anywhere else, and if the co-op stands on its own 2 feet financially, and that's really important. The model we ran was we would keep a little bit of extra money than we probably thought we needed every year, and at the end of that year, the members had faith in the board, because we didn't have any independent directors, the board were all member farmers, that we would hand back every single cent at the end of the year that wasn't spent. And when we started growing a bit faster, we did have to keep a little bit of money back to pay the bank. But ultimately, they knew that, they could see the investment that we were building, and they had faith in the board. So look, I think co-ops are a great way for people to get into business, especially in agriculture where your infrastructure costs can be quite high, and single farmers can't afford those on their own. It's unfortunately a business model that not too many people understand, and that goes to our legal and accounting sectors as well. And I know that federations like this and the BCCM are working on improving that. Look, I'll be here for a little bit later today if anyone wants to ask some questions. I think I've got a flight a little bit later in the morning, so I'll be here. I'll wrap up. But look, thank you for the chance to address this assembly. I think cooperatives are a wonderful business model, and as a government member, I'll do everything I can to support you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gurmesh. And that point about member education, communication, engagement and loyalty is key, and we know that's the number one reason that co-ops will fall over or get into trouble. Thank you very much. The next person to the lectern is Jenny Leong. She's the Greens member for Newtown, so quite a different electorate to Gurmesh's, but still plenty of co-ops in Jenny, plenty of member co-ops of ours in Jenny's electorate, from a beer brewing co-op to a food co-op to reverse garbage and the Bower, all based in Jenny's electorate. So please welcome her to the lectern.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to begin by thanking Uncle Alan Madden in his absence for that welcome to country, and acknowledge that we are here on the land of the Gadigal people and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, recognising it always was and always will be Aboriginal land. And I've started to say when I do these acknowledgements that we do it as a matter of protocol, and sometimes it can feel a little bit like you're just ticking a box before you start talking about the content, and it's important to take a minute to just break that tick a box and recognise that we do a recognition of First Nations land because of the fact that it was stolen land, and that the ongoing struggle for First Nations justice continues. And in all that we're doing, whether it be at an assembly like this or in our work or in our lives, it's critical that we make sure that we're putting the struggle for First Nations justice and sovereignty and treaties first and foremost in all of our thinking, no matter what it is that your cooperative does. So I want to thank Uncle Alan Madden for acknowledging and welcoming us to country today. Thank you for the opportunity to join you. I know that the theme of this conference is around networking and connection, and I think it is so lovely, albeit in a slightly nervous way, that we are all gathered in person. It is very lovely to be here in person and to have a real world connection, and it is lovely to know that we now have better technology that allows people that aren't able to join us to be able to join remotely or watch video recordings later, because during the pandemic, we all adapted to be able to do that. And I think the accessibility of being able to connect people is crucial when we're talking about people collaborating and working together. As Sam mentioned, the electorate of Newtown is a lot smaller than Gurmesh's. My parliamentary colleague, 11 square kilometres, but we have a good, solid representation of cooperatives in the area. We have Hopsters. We have an amazing Pingala solar project on the top of Young Henry's that make that a completely zero emissions beer production house. In addition to that, we also have Alpha House Artist Cooperative, and also Alfalfa House. You've got to be a local to be able to remember that they're two different cooperatives in the same 100-metre radius, which is a food cooperative. And I know that they are the ones that we know well and that are known to the community, but there are so many more that are not front-facing cooperatives that are present in the area. But beyond the local connection, one of the real reasons why I'm very committed and passionate to being involved in cooperatives is I feel that there's actually a very strong alignment between the values and the principles of the Greens, and why I'm involved in politics that puts communities and collaboration and collective action first and foremost, and the models and the principles of cooperatives. The global principles of the cooperatives, I won't recite them here, I'm sure you all know them very well, but there are 7. What you may not know is that the Greens are founded also on 4 global principles that are linked to the ideas of social equality and economic justice, peace and non-violence, grassroots democracy, and environmental sustainability. And when you look at the parallels between the priorities around putting people and communities and sustainability and relationships at the heart of the 7 principles of the cooperative movement, and you look at that in relation to the Greens principles, to me, I feel like there is a lot of alignment and a lot of synergy for the kinds of focus that we're looking at, which is to recognise that people coming together, and whether it be Gurmesh's example in his local community, whether it be in our local community in Newtown, of people coming together to address or to solve a need, to address or resolve to provide a service or a product that is required by the community, but doing that in a way that forms partnerships, that creates connections, and that recognises that to be able to do that in the interests of the community has to happen in a way that is sustainable and reflects people's interests and reflects the interests of that community, whether that be a geographically located community or a community of interest about, whether it be beer love or gamers or blueberries or whatever it is, it doesn't always have to be geographically located, but what it does is it recognises that there is a community of interest that want to come together to either solve a problem or to deliver some kind of change, and that's critical. So I wanted to talk about that briefly, but I guess, you know, in the way that Gurmesh sort of, you know, was keen to sort of avoid the political side of it, I'll weigh on in for a second. I think one of the things that we saw during COVID that really, to me, demonstrated the challenges we have with the growing focus on big corporates, big business, and large NGO sector interaction with government is that we saw that there was a lack of understanding of the nuance of things that did not fit into that large corporate or large organisation kind of system. So what we saw in the electorate of Newtown locally is that small businesses that might run an escape room were sort of forgotten from the picture entirely. We saw innovative models, and I know that I saw that there was big calls from the cooperatives to try and be considered as part of the emergency measures and business grants that were put into place and support. We saw that the structure of cooperatives didn't always fit with the model and understanding of who needed the support and when. And I think one of the biggest challenges that we have, and a recognition, and part of the reason why I wanted to be a part of joining the Parliamentary Friends of Cooperatives, was to recognise that there are models and structures for how people and society are working that are not being reflected and supported in the way that government is providing that support. And there are practical things that can be done right now to solve that. You know that. So part of that is recognising that within the New South Wales government, there needs to be more direct avenues for cooperatives to be able to connect in with the various departments with an understanding of what the structures of cooperatives are, rather than trying to get cooperatives to argue we want to be able to fit into this government process or this tender process. We want to have a situation where we can see that there are people inside government that understand the value and the benefits and the contribution that cooperatives make to our society and to our communities. The other side of that, and Gurmesh mentioned, you know, that there's certainly no doubt education around legal professions and accountants and others in terms of the structures, but we know that's one of the best places that can start, and I recognise it was one of the asks of the Co-op Federation during the last election, was actually to look at curriculum reform, to look at how we're educating our young people so that they understand cooperative models as a concept, as an idea, when they're at school, so that not only are they having the ability to understand that as an opportunity to be able to work in those spaces, to start cooperatives and start thinking in a collaborative way, but they're also in a situation that no matter what field they go into, as accountants, as lawyers, as doctors, as farmers, whatever their profession, they have an understanding of a model and of those principles of working together and collaborating and a democratic participation in the decision-making of delivering things for a community that actually shifts the narrative from this idea of a transactional big corporates delivering things in the interests of the community allegedly, but actually in that process undermining community interests. And so to me, there are values of teaching the principles of cooperatives that go to the value of our society beyond just the idea that more people know about cooperatives, and obviously that is great. The final thing that I wanted to touch on in relation to that is just a recognition of the need to be able to provide support to develop cooperatives and recognise the need to acknowledge that you don't maintain cooperatives without recognising that they're making a valuable contribution to our society, unless you put in seed funding to be able to start new cooperatives, to develop new cooperatives, to share the skills and the knowledge that is there. And I think the Co-op Federation does an incredible job of doing this, to bring everyone together at assemblies like this to develop people's skills and understanding. But there's absolutely more the New South Wales government could do, and there's absolutely more that we should be pushing them to do in the lead up to March next year. Because what we know is that if the pandemic and COVID has showed us anything, is that local communities and communities of interest maintaining their connections because of strong relationships is actually the thing that gets us through emergencies that we are not planning for. Because in a crisis, the large structures fall apart, but the community connections and the interactions between other people, they remain strong, and that's where we see the support and the connection to be able to deliver on whatever it is that people are trying to change. So I really look forward to being able to hear more of where things are at. I look forward to be able to be connected with you more with the parliamentary friends of cooperatives, and I look forward to chatting to you tonight at the dinner. So thank you to Sam, thank you to Richard, thanks to everyone for having me along at this opening address this morning.
Thanks very much, Jenny. And the Federation will certainly continue to talk about how the government can support our community and our co-ops, and in the lead up to the state election in New South Wales. There's also a Victorian election in November, and we're keeping an eye on all those on all those fronts. Final speaker this morning is Andrew Ferguson. He's the Managing Director of Coverforce Insurance Brokers. The Federation's developed a great relationship with Coverforce, and many of our co-ops, if they're not insured through Coverforce, they've certainly had a quote from Coverforce. And please welcome Andrew to the stage to make a few comments.
Thanks very much, Sam, for the sales pitch. But I also want to acknowledge that we're meeting on Aboriginal land, and pay my respects to the elders, past and present. And like Jenny and many of us here, we go to many conferences, and often the acknowledgement is seen to be a dutiful formality. But I do want to urge all of us to do more for Aboriginal reconciliation and social justice. And I want to say, in particular, in the next few years, help build the political consensus in this country for a stronger voice for Indigenous people. We all have great responsibilities as business leaders and as citizens to do more for Indigenous justice in this country. I was very pleased with the presentations of our respective members of Parliament from the National Party and the Greens, and I know Mick Veitch from the Labor Party will be here tomorrow, and it's good to see elected members of Parliament that have more than an academic interest in cooperatives. And what we witnessed was people that have great knowledge, philosophical commitment to the cooperative movement. So that's very encouraging for the Federation. Sponsors are often seen as necessary evils, but I want to say that I've been instructed by Sam to introduce ourselves as partner sponsors, and I do want to say that we feel ourselves as partners with the cooperative movement. Coverforce does insurance for the big end of town, but we do a lot of insurance for small business, for not-for-profits, and we're very committed to cooperatives. We know the great work that you do, and I know jobs are very important in the Sydney metro area, but I also know cooperatives are very much well organised in many parts of regional New South Wales and Australia, and you do so much to generate jobs in your local communities in regional areas, and we know the importance of that job. I do want to acknowledge the sponsors here today, Yenda Producers Co-op, the Plumbers Co-op and Common Equity. They're all cooperatives, but they're also contributing to the Federation to build a movement, and their sponsorship is, I'm sure, highly valued. In terms of Coverforce, if there's an opportunity to assist you with your insurances when they renew, we'd welcome that opportunity. We all know from national television and Jim Chalmers' presentation last night on television and in the Parliament about all the storm clouds and the difficulties that we all face, and if there's an opportunity to assist in ensuring a reduction in cost, but good value for insurances, we're very much available to assist in that space. I do notice Mick O'Leary, when he does his presentation, gives a very simple and clear message about the importance of conversation and sharing ideas. We've got great challenges, but when we go down to the basics, just helping each other is so important in business, and I'm sure the Assembly here is an opportunity to share ideas, experiences, and for some to guide others that are newer in the movement. So I do wish you every success in your Assembly, and ongoing support from Coverforce for your great movement. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Andrew. That brings us to the end of the opening session. We're a little bit behind time, so we're going to need to move straight into the first part of the assembly. So can I just ask you to thank our attendees this morning, the speakers first, and then you can get off the stage. So now we're into the assembly proper. And the first session, we've got some wonderful speakers here. We're focusing on leadership and innovation, but I've also asked them to challenge us, to challenge cooperatives, challenge the sector. Each of the speakers is going to make a presentation first, and then we'll have some panel discussion and opportunity for questions. So yeah, great. And the first speaker will be Trent Bartlett. Now, he's based in Perth, but was for 10 years the CEO of Capricorn Society, one of the largest mutual organisations in Australia. Used to go to South Africa and New Zealand, still in New Zealand, I think, but used to operate in South Africa as well. For car parts, car mechanics are the members and owners of Capricorn Society, and it's one of the really big mutuals in Australia. And then he was also an independent director for 9 or 10 years on CBH Group, on the board of CBH Group, which is the largest cooperative in Australia, grain farmers in WA. So he runs the course that BCCM does with AICD on cooperative governance, and so he's really very steeped in a long-time cooperator, and we're very happy to have him here. He flew in late last night, so forgive him if he looks a little bit, I don't think he'll nod off, but please welcome Trent to the lectern.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and be with you. I realise we're very pressed for time, so I'll keep us moving. I'd like to add my welcome and also thank Uncle Alan for his wonderful welcome to country. Like the other speakers, we need to magnify this. I ran an ARCD course in NAIDOC week on the Friday, the last day, and I gave my welcome to country, reflected on the growing importance and symbolism of NAIDOC week. And there were 3 First Nations women in the course. And they came up to me afterwards quite emotional. I'm getting emotional now. Saying, you're the only one that did it in 5 days. So anyway, a rocket's gone back up ARCD to say we really do need to get better at this sort of stuff. So I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Gadigal Budja and pay my respects to traditional custodians, past, present and emerging. It's great to be here with kindred spirits, like-minded cooperators. And I think we have a lot of things to talk about when it comes to supporting businesses and community with our respective models and sectors. As a student of cooperatives and governance, I'm pleased to share my personal reflections today on what I perceive as some of the contemporary challenges around leadership and innovation in our sector. I'll briefly cover a range of elements of both, just a light touch. I'm happy to try and answer any follow-up questions if you've got time, and my slides will be made available to all of those who want to inquire of Peter. So don't need to take photos of slides if you want to. You'll get a copy of them if you would like them from Peter. I'll refer to the concept of CMEs, cooperatives and mutual enterprises, because I'm on the boards of both co-ops and mutuals, same thing in my experience. So when I refer to CMEs, I'm talking about cooperatives and mutual enterprises, as well as member-owned and member-governed. I'm also involved with boards who are member-owned and member-governed. Same staff, they're just not a cooperative, or not a mutual, but they operate and have thinking same as us. So if my history in my portfolio currently refers to both, that's how I'll use those terms. So the first thing I wanted to talk about, and this is a very unusual remote because it doesn't have right or left. I'm a bloke, it's very, here we go, is one gone? No. Done? Yep, okay, excellent. The first topic I'd like to reflect on is the importance of purpose. We're governing in what I call a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. And what increasingly is happening, I'm finding, is I'm not too sure what normal is anymore. What's normal? What's the next normal? What's the new normal? Are we normal yet? I think we're governing in a state of perpetual discontinuity. And that's what all boards are doing, especially our boards in the cooperative world. And so many organisations are now refining, not redoing, refining their purpose, reflecting on the resilience they might need for the next systemic shock, not just to their organisations, but to their memberships, to their communities. And when you peel it all back, I think member groups share a common purpose. I believe any vision or purpose statement, you can add a lot of other words, have a lot of marketing spin. I'm not necessarily saying this is what you go out to the public or your members with, but I think in the boardroom, it sort of really boils down to we are here to sustainably create, protect, and return value to our members. That's how we came together, that's why we're together now, and that's what will sustain us into the future. So I think if I always sort of in boardrooms try to peel it back to these very, very simple concepts. And so I think if you think that's the heart of what we do, it goes pretty close to defining what most of us do regardless of industry. I think that everything that happens in our organisations today or in our communities where we're systemically important organisations, as boards, as CEOs, as leaders, we're either creating, protecting or returning member value. We're either doing that or we're destroying it, blatantly risking it, or eroding member value. So if member value being sustainable is the outcome that we are seeking, perhaps some relevant questions might be, how are we creating value for members today? And what will be value tomorrow? How do you know what that value is and what it needs to be going forward? How do we define it in order to measure it and understand that we're returning it? So how are we protecting value for members? How do we measure protecting member value for members? If members are purchasing outside your group, they must be perceiving the alternative value better from whatever the other options might be. And so that erodes potential value creation for your whole group. How are we returning value to members? How do we define member value return again in order to measure that? Now, do the members understand the value that the group returns to them or promises to return to them? And for a more complete discussion, which we don't have time for today, is to ask ourselves the same questions we might ask relative to our suppliers. How do they see value in dealing with us? How do we return value to them? Why would they stay in there as a partner? And so how do they see or appreciate our groups in terms of creating, protecting and returning value to them? One of the next things I want to sort of briefly touch on, has it worked this time? Nope. There we go, thank you. The first thing I might have thought we might kick off with is the moving target of member value. The reasons they joined are not the same reasons they're staying with you now quite often. Like we all come together to fight a fight, to right a wrong, to meet a need that's unmet. That's the flame. And so what is the flame that kept them together? What's the flame that's keeping us around it now? So the perception of what is value, in my experience, moves and it changes. And as leaders of member groups, our job is to read the play. In my experience, you can't decide what member value is, you detect it. Like beauty, I think member value is in the eye of the beholder. And if I have got permission to be confrontational, which Sam says I have, yeah, we really do need to need to meet VUCA with VUCA. So yes, it is volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, but as leaders of our communities and business groups and mutuals and co-ops, through the volatility, what is your vision for your co-op? Through the uncertainty, what is your understanding that you're reaching in terms of your role? Through the complexity, what is the clarity that you bring to the leadership of your organisation and your future value proposition? And yes, it's an ambiguous environment out there, but how do you adapt? How do we adapt as CME leaders to help embrace that for our members? So with a positive VUCA lens, rather than being a victim of, yes, it's volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, where's the vision, the understanding, the clarity and the adaptability? Let's look at that positive VUCA lens. And if you're prepared to observe the Chatham House rule, I'm happy to share some experiences that might tease out some of these concepts as we go through. So if you might agree for the moment that strategy in our business model seeks to create value, and managing risk is all about trying to protect member value. And the outcome of doing that, both of those, well as the sustainable return of member value, then it's important to understand how do you create member value from what it is that you do. In my experience, and this happens to today when I do the Foundations of Directorship course for cooperatives and mutuals, in my experience, not many co-ops actually understand how they create value. It's really fascinating. And so I think this is an interesting point to reflect on. And so what I put up here is, as Capricorn, I try to get my head around how do we create, protect and return member value. And so I came up with this very crude model, which the academics really sort of had a heart attack with. But it really talks about the obvious financial value on the left, but on the right-hand side is the non-financial value. What's the value of existence of a co-op? And so over time, we really started to work on this, and we started to identify opportunities. We created a mutual for the members who were getting screwed by the insurance companies that were protecting them in their businesses, because we started to understand what it meant to them and how we could create different sort of forms of value. So the left-hand side is typically understood by your members, not necessarily appreciated. The right-hand side, they take for granted. We don't explain it well. And it's when you get challenged by it is when you have to defend it, which I'll talk about in just a minute. Some co-ops have gone on to develop this. This is a great article, a lot of detail, I know, you're going to get the slides, but a great reference which I put in there, it's a reference by Ernst Young. They did a study of the Barossa co-op. They took that original crude model of mine and really worked it hard, and so this is how they sort of show how their value of the cooperative works out. And for every dollar spent in the Barossa co-op community, 76 cents goes back into the community. And that was in 2014, so God knows what it is now. Powerful model, but they understand it. They mapped it. So how do you sort of create one, I think, is really important. And I think mapping the member value model in cooperatives and mutuals is something that's really only just gathering momentum around the world. And I think it's starting here in Australia, to be quite frank. I think dimensions of CMEs need to be sort of teased out. And if you can understand what your model might be, then you have a better understanding of what your competitive advantage is and the privilege of belonging that your members might get. And so this is the Monash University study. They're working with BCCM. There are multiple dimensions of member values. They talk specifically about CMEs. These 6 dimensions of how our forms of organisation might think about how we define the measurement of value is laid out here. And there's a link on the slide there if you want to sort of have a quick look at it. Another way to think about member value is to think about the hats a member wears. And when I think about cooperative bulk handling, CBH, we receive, store and market most of the growers' grain in the West. Most of the Australian grain that is exported is CBH's growers' grain. Most of the East Coast grain is used for domestic consumption. So if you think about the member wearing 4 hats, you've got a buck of value to give back. They can't have the best price for their grain, the lowest cost to port, a rebate based on tonnes sold or tonnes delivered, and $1 spent in the grain growing communities for Royal Flying Doctor Service. But yet they are all of those hats. They are an investor, they're a patron, they're an owner, and they're a community member. So when we've got a buck to give back, do we give it back in terms of cost of farming? Do we give it back to support Flying Doctor that supports around growing communities? And so consulting with them in terms of how do you want your buck back is a really important piece, and that's sort of the return piece. When I quickly walk through CBH, we defended the takeover of Australia's biggest cooperative 6 years ago on the 4-hat model. We hadn't done the work, but we had to get off our backsides and go out into country town halls, crossroad intersections out in the bush, and have meetings with growers to actually try and say to them what we hadn't been saying for almost 80 years. Did you understand the value that this is to you? You own your own supply chain. You own the ports. You own the rail. We make sure you don't deliver any further than 40K. These are the things that we think have value. A listed entity, you won't own any of that. They're going to close bins. So if you want to list it, then we'll stand aside and let you list it, but do you actually understand the value? So in playing back this, we defended the co-op by helping them understand their 4 hats. And so when I sort of think about how contemporary co-ops I see explain value to them, they're typically, this is Capricorns, this is typically, they explain the financial return very, very well. And a lot of you would do that as well. And so what I sort of think is what Capricorn also worked out is they ran ahead of the game. We were looking at what was happening. There's roughly 100,000 diagnostic codes come out every 3 months for the automotive sector. The average bloke in an industrial estate running a single man business, whatever, on the tools, hasn't got a hope in hell of keeping up with the global fleet. So the first $2 million of rebate would best to go to Bosch Engineering to say, can all of our mechanics actually get access to your codes? Because that will keep them in business. Now, is it on that financial statement? No. Do the members value it? Probably. Do they understand that without it they would not be in business? They probably don't reflect on it. So continuing to remind our members about how we create this value is really important. At CBH, what we learned from that was that they really didn't understand the value that they got at their farm. We just spoke to them about the value that CBH generated. We'd have grumpy growers say to us, yeah, but there's value that's good for CBH and there's value that's good for us. So we think that value you've just created is good for you, but we're not seeing any of it on the farm. So we want you to talk to us about the value you're creating for us for our farming enterprise. And so we got busy to talk about our scorecard is, what does CBH do as an organisation? What does CBH do in your zone, in terms of regional groups? And then what does CBH do for your business? What turnaround time did you get for your truck? What value did we create from the paddock, not the farm gate? Because we gave you fertiliser input, which you would otherwise have to pay a lot more for. And that's been a result of the takeover attempt. We never explained the value piece. So it's a key thing I'd encourage us all to think about. This, for those of you that have done the cooperative and directors course, am I going for time? Right. Okay, so I'll keep going. This sort of talks about the essential functions of a board. On the left-hand side, it's the past and the present. Being quite focused on oversight and hindsight. Increasingly, I think what we need to do, yes, it's important those things are done, but increasingly as leaders of cooperatives, we need to look at the telescope. What are our insights and foresights in terms of what's been happening to the sector? What will the members be wanting us to really be looking at? And I think one of the key things to talk about is the role of risk today. We actually need to get really good at being comfortable and managing risk. And so I'll just sort of move on with this and sort of try and speed it up a bit. Happy to chat later today, just to get some time back for Sam. So if you sort of start to break it down, different organisations will have different risk appetites. That'll depend on whether you're a mature co-op, a start-up, or you've just had a big hit to the balance sheet about post-COVID, whatever. Having said that, you do need to understand the risks that you need to be across, but more importantly, looking forward. So yes, be aware of the microscope risks, but how much time are you spending on the telescope? The strategic risks and opportunities is the way they're sort of coming toward you. So I think what I'm encouraging you to do is sort of think about those more. One of the things that you often sort of see is when you break down risk these days, is that risk appetite is typically done about putting the umbrella up and going, what could go wrong? And what's the probability and the impact of something going wrong? And is it high or low, and would it take us out? Contemporary boards today, contemporary organisations, post-COVID in particular, are having to think about how do we frame the controlling or the mitigating of a risk based on a likely negative outcome and its impact, with the fact that we also need to place a bet. We actually need to balance risk and opportunity when we're looking at our risk appetite. This is an emerging field coming out of post-COVID, and I just encourage you all not to batten down the hatches, because if we all batten down the hatches, nothing will grow. How do we try and balance the risk and the opportunity? It's an art, not a science, but it's something I'd encourage you to sort of perhaps reflect on. It's not easy to do. There's a model here that talks about it. The things I just wanted to sort of really reflect on here is that, and I won't read the slide out, you can read it for yourself, but the key point is it's about capability. Both the board composition, as well as the organisational resources, is going to be how much you can bite off and chew like mad. And so be very, very clear when you're aligning the risk appetite of the board with the organisation in terms of what is reasonable. The next topic I'd like to quickly and that then goes on to, if you want a bit of a checklist in terms of are you ready, then are you able, here are some of the areas you probably need to look at in terms of your business processes. The next topic I'd like to quickly talk about is the potential business model disruption. Supply chain risk and business model risk is everywhere. It's still playing out, I think, what years to go. and quite often it's not detectable until it's too late. Quite often I find cooperative mutual leaders are protecting yesterday's competitive advantage, not focusing on what the hell is tomorrow's and how do we build that. And so thinking about how do you future-proof your cooperative so you have a great business for creating a really compelling and competing member value model that is future-proofed. Again, this comes back to the insights and the foresights that you're bringing to the board as leaders. And some of those key tools look at, these are the key trends that company directors around the country are really starting to look at now. Again, some of these will be relevant to some co-ops, not others. Most of these are relevant for the boards of co-ops and mutuals I'm involved with, especially the bank. I'm on Beyond Bank as a customer-owned bank, a B Corp. We're really across a lot of this stuff, especially the codification of money, blockchain, those sort of things. You just need to be across it. For CBH, it was autonomous trains. Or port costs are around 60% of the company's logistic costs are trains. And so how do we make those autonomous? These are an example about how do we continue to work on disruptive trends. The key piece about here is this is where the alternative business model really sits in your decision-making criteria. So what are your options to grow the cooperative? And so looking at the alternative business models is really important. I'm the chair of Traveller's Choice, an independent cooperative of networks of travel agents around the country. They were first into COVID. They're a couple of years away of coming out of it. They've been to hell and back, absolute hell and back. But what we've been able to do is we've joined a platform cooperative. We've joined with other 60,000 independent travel agents around the world. We own a share of this global platform. We're enabling them to start up from home at dining room tables with a laptop, and they're in the game. Slowly but surely, they're working 3 jobs, but they're back in the game. And so how did we adapt to help them meet them where they were, but also build a model that's going to be future-proofing, which is what we've done, and I'm quite proud of it. Long way to go. The business canvas model is a thing you might want to have a look at. This is Netflix's. I've put a bit of an arrow to how you might want to think about mapping your member business model. You'll note there they're talking about mail delivery of DVDs. This is their original business model. But fast forward to today, and they're in a world of pain because they did not keep an eye on their value creation model as much as their business model. And so now, initially, it was only a few years ago where the CEO was saying, we don't have a problem with them sharing passwords. We're not going to have adverts. Now they're changing all of that. They're going to restrict password sharing. They're going to start to introduce commercials and ads to start to pay for it. They had no idea about how they truly created value, and they didn't keep an eye on the business model. So don't beat yourselves up if you haven't had these discussions in your boardroom, because the biggest are still getting it wrong, and they're a membership model. So it's just an important thing to reflect on again, and trying to sort of move this forward as quickly as I can talk. So again, coming back to the oversight and insight piece, how do you spend time to think about the strategic piece? Very easy to focus on the day-to-day. It's comfortable, you know it, you're dealing with the do. But you do need to be spending time, especially as we're coming out of this sort of cycle in terms of how you're going to grow and build the business. I think that if you start to have a look at what's coming in, and Veena's going to talk a lot about this in the next session, ESG is a particular big issue emerging now. This should be a natural for us. Principle 7, concern for community. This is one of our founding DNA principles. We should be able to have a lot of claim ownership rights, a lot of this sort of stuff. It should come naturally for us, and you can start to see that mutuality ESG is being importantly linked. But Veena we're lucky to have. She'll be one of our subject countries experts when it comes to circular economy. There'll be nowhere to hide for a cooperative and mutual in a circular economy. You need to really understand what's coming at you. I'm on the Australian Packaging Covenant Board. We regulate industry to limit the impact of landfill from packaging. Unless you're across it, you have no idea what's coming to you with extended producer responsibilities. Mandatory packaging expectations, I think, is going to start to fall in line. There's a plastics tax in the UK. There's extended producer responsibilities in the US. There's a growing movement in the US of product stewardship, increasing litigation around false claims on packaging. That was only in the press yesterday. Canada is setting up individual producer responsibility organisations. You create the waste, you're accountable to get rid of it. So all of these things come to play. So again, there's nowhere to hide a circular economy, and Veena will sort of scare us to death, no doubt, a little bit later. The other thing I just wanted to talk about is that quite often people really focus on the solar panels. And look, that's really, really important. You know, we do have, we've got a member of the Australian Packaging Covenant Board is the head of sustainability for Kmart and Wesfarmers. And they sort of have a bit of a snigger because the business is patting itself and putting solar panels on the roof of its warehouses, which sort of deals with scope 1. About 90% of their trails are in scope 3, things like packaging. So really thinking about, well, what are your potential exposures? Because the regulator is coming for all of us. There's not going to be a special get out of jail or go free card for co-ops and mutuals. We need to be across this. And if you think it's only starting to gather momentum, this is a newspaper article from a few weeks ago. PwC are planning to hire 100,000 people over 5 years just to audit ESG. And they're just one of the big 4. So it's a thing. And I think we just need to be ready for it. Finally, just a reminder that the regulators are getting up and about when I'm talking to leaders like this in the prudentially regulated institutions, so cooperative banks, mutual super funds. The regulator is getting revved up and they are regulating quite heavily using machine learning, predictive AI and so forth. And so we need to be ready for a regulation that will start to involve more technology. Which is something we also need to think about. But here's where there's a bit of a match. I think the cooperative movement is all about us. People are cooperating, crowdfunding, collaborating more than ever. In today's paper, Atlassian, which is a collaborative sourcing, a collaborative platform for software, they're starting to set up the first collaborative office. So everybody's collaborating and cooperating. They just don't talk about cooperatives. But here's a great example where a platform co-op is meeting blockchain, and they've created this sort of first ever platform where they'll start to merge energy needs, and they'll be forming a cooperative organisation with a lead buyer bringing together co-op customers, and they'll be, if you like, using blockchain to digitally power the charging and the smart contracts and collectively reduce their scope 3 emissions. So they're all about us today. The other thing I'd like to quickly mention is DAO not DOC. So DAO is a decentralised autonomous organisation. It's a thing. When you've got AICD putting them in their magazine going, it's coming, you need to think about it. A quick way to think, if you want to Google DAO and co-ops, you'll find hundreds of references. A quick way to think about it, it's like a co-op that's crypto monetised, enabled by blockchain, smart chain technology. And so these things are sort of all about us. It's the democratisation of trust using a cooperative model. Some references, when you do the DAO versus cooperative search, it'll say cooperatives were the grandfather and grandmother of DAOs. So they're automatically linking it to our movement. It'd be wonderful to be having a conversation in years to come about DAOs in New South Wales. So at that point, I'll shut up, Sam. I don't know if I've saved you any time. But really, I have to duck off for lunch to say goodbye to a CEO. But I'll be back this afternoon at dinner tonight, in the morning, and I'll be really happy to chat to anybody that is a kindred spirit and wants to know more about some of the stuff I've covered. Thanks, Sam. Cheers.
I could say a lot, and there's just so much there from Trent. But please approach him today and have a chat. It's great to have him here. We're going to totally change things up with our next speaker now, Professor Veena Sahajwalla from the University of New South Wales. She's a global leading scientist, engineer, inventor, and particularly in the waste in the waste space. But I'm looking forward to her presentation, and it'll be different to Trent's, but hopefully it will challenge you all as well. Please welcome me. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that very kind introduction. I'm going to probably just give you a high-level flavour and then touch upon a few examples around what we mean, of course, when we talk about waste and of course, the challenge upon us as we all start to understand decarbonisation, circular economy, is that ultimately waste is really a material that has to be valued and has to be seen as part of our supply chains and manufacturing. So you can't just sort of talk about waste as if it's a burden to our environment, but rather we need to start to look at ways in which we can couple together recycling, remanufacturing. And really the reason why we have to do that is we can create value. So we're basically saying whether it's about packaging, whether it's about electronic resources, whether it's about our waste textiles, and the list goes on, how do you actually create those economies of purpose? And of course, you all know better than anybody else that, we have to start to think about economies in a very different way, where we start to value all kinds of materials, including waste. Because of course, these are materials that have already been produced, they are on our planet, so why would you not put these materials back into our societies over and over again? That's a simple point. Why would you see it as just a single use and put that back into landfill when they still carry value? And of course, when people think about recycling, this sort of obvious thing that comes to mind is like-for-like conversion, taking a plastic water bottle, converting into another plastic water bottle. And of course, sort of that kind of traditional, conventional way of thinking about recycling works when you can do it. Absolutely, and we should. We should be looking at the obvious ways in which you can convert products and bring them back to life in the same format. But what if our needs change over time? What if the designs and what if the ways in which we use our products change over time? And of course, no better example than our electronic devices, right? Our laptops, our phones, and all of the things that we use that we're just kind of taking it for granted, that the materials that we need to make those devices are just going to appear from somewhere. Someone's going to make these devices and it's going to happen somewhere. So we're just going to continue business as usual. We know, of course, that's not quite the case. The kinds of metals, for example, that go into making these kinds of systems are going to be limited resources, whether it is our cobalt or copper or nickel and so on and so forth. So why won't we look at where indeed are the resources that are sitting at the tip of our fingers? So they are resources. And of course, these kinds of waste materials are therefore no longer waste. If we value them as resources, they can be put back into our economy, and they can, of course, be shown to be useful. So when we talk about the focus of the work we do at the Smart Centre at UNSW, it very much is that holistic view of how we can transform our materials to create value, put it back into our supply chains. And of course, this is where it's not just about recycling, it's got to be coupled with that holistic picture and that entire ecosystem of being constantly innovating. So innovation provides that foundation. How do you then bring about sustainability? How do you create new products that are going to be fit for purpose? So that means technologies have to be fit for purpose. So one of the things we have developed is our ability to do recycling, remanufacturing at those scales that are fit for purpose, which means that we need to be able to look at technological advances that can still create highly valuable materials and do it at the right scale. So you're not actually sort of, imagining this mega facility somewhere in the middle of the country that's going to magically transform all our waste materials, but rather we're saying if we take responsibility in the kinds of systems you already have in a co-op model, you can actually imagine creating a hub and spokes kind of solution that allows these decentralized facilities. It was really interesting to hear, of course, what Trent was talking about. We are, of course, already starting to show that it is possible because our micro factories indeed are able to transform these kinds of waste resources. So whether they are our electronic systems, how do you take all of that useful metal that I was talking about, copper and tin and so on, and convert those into future resources so they can be put back into production, electronic systems over and over again. How do you do that again with your batteries, for instance? Very useful materials, but you again can't just assume that it's going to disappear somewhere away. There's no such thing as away, of course, as we all would probably realize. We are collectively, of course, looking at how we transform these. So the ability to actually start to do some of this work in micro-factory models, of course, also means that can we show that the economics works? Because, of course, what people are going to ask is, it's all well and good to create these micro-factories, create highly valuable materials, but the fundamental question is, one, are we able to show that the economics works? And of course, we can show that if we can create highly valuable materials that are still able to do the job. can we manufacture those products at the right scale? Because, of course, not everything is always going to be at those larger scales. If you're looking at decentralized solutions, then what we are really talking about is the scale that is fit for purpose. And this is back to that point about economies of purpose. So in this example here, if we are talking about e-waste plastics, and there's a lot of plastics in our electronic systems, your printers and so on. If we're talking about that, start with something that's considered relatively lower value, something that might end up in landfill, for instance. But if you convert that into plastic filaments, you can then use those plastic filaments to then feed into your 3D printers and convert those, of course, into a whole range of different kinds of products. And you can, if you get the science right and you get the technology right and the quality of that filament right and the way you do your manufacturing, if you get all of that right, of course, this is where the innovation comes in. You can actually put those filaments back into production over and over again. So this is what we're basically talking about, is what we've got to see is that the energy and the carbon that went into making these materials and products in the first place, we need to keep reforming those over and over again. And that means our production has to be linked with recycling, and our production has to then again be linked with the fact that at the end of life, those products are not seen as just disposable items, including, of course, we heard, what do we do with all of that packaging material? So we need to start to reimagine what that might look like in the future. So here's an example of what we do in our own microfactories, and many of our, partners are looking at now using these plastic filaments and doing some 3D printing, so you can start to manufacture different kinds of products. And the nice thing, of course, is as we think about all the disruptions in our supply chains globally, imagine if you could be doing this in your regional setting. And the kinds of things we do at UNSW in our microfactories is exactly that. Develop solutions from the science that we have, convert that into technologies, and of course show that we can make viable products. So the kinds of things I wanted to show you in this photo and the kinds of examples that we have been developing are these kinds of green ceramics. Now, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be calling this as waste, would I? I mean, these are tiles, high quality, high performance, but guess what? They contain waste glass and waste textiles. And of course, the spectrum of what we can do yes, they do come in different colors as well, is all about the fact that taking advantage of these waste resources and putting them back into production, creating these green ceramic tiles and using it in the way you see in that photo in front of you. But the point about that is that imagine all of that waste textile and glass and all of these high quality materials. I mean, these are things that come out of our homes, right? We've used them. Just because they've become they're broken down or they're not fit for use and wear anymore doesn't mean that they are fundamentally things to be thrown away. So what we are really saying is, how about we create these local supply chains? Why does that matter? Because, of course, everyone can be part of that supply chain in a community, a small business, or people who come together and are simply passionate about making sure that we keep our waste out of landfills, can suddenly in a collective manner say, okay, well, we can all be responsible for various parts of this production. This whole new way of recycling and remanufacturing at the micro factory level requires us to bring these different materials into supply chains. And of course, together, we can be part of this entire new ecosystem that says, okay, well, not everyone has to make that finished product, but everyone can participate in that supply chain. You can have a manufacturer who then is connected to the local designers and architects and builders and so on, and of course, putting them back into various housing and other applications. So of course, sustainability is at the core of what we do. It's in the name of the Smart Centre. And it is important, of course, why we have to think in a sustainable manner. It's back to that point that all of these materials, they are, of course, materials that are fit for purpose and bringing back to a whole new life. These are materials into which energy and resources went into in the first place to make. So why would we be simply happy with the fact that just because we're done with it, it's now to be disposed of? Clearly, that's not the case. But the more important argument one can also make is, guess what? We can actually create value out of these kinds of waste resources. We can indeed create all of those new jobs. One of the earliest microfactories started in our green ceramics was in Kuramandra early last year. The ability to be able to partner up with small businesses to show that you can manufacture high quality products means we've of course created a whole new way of creating value from waste. But to do that in a decentralized way through microfactories means you can actually imagine these microfactories being seeded and those supply chains being created and new jobs being created. So this is what microfactories are really all about. It's waste conversion into products, but it's products where you understand the application. You're not just kind of saying I'm doing recycling for the sake of recycling, because of course we all care for our environment. That caring and healing and looking after our environment has to also be coupled with the fact that they have to be appropriately designed and manufactured products for all of us to use. Would we be putting these green ceramics, for example, in our homes? So we've got to ask the question, has it been tested? Is it engineered? Of course. So this is where technology meets, of course, science and application and recycling and manufacturing. So it's a multifaceted challenge. But I guess this is where we're really good at in terms of talking about that collaboration and innovation. And so in this circularity scenario that I've put up in front of you, our circular solutions show that we can all be part of it. You know, it doesn't matter where we sit in that circular solution space. We could be people in a small community where waste is generated. We could be a co-op where we might collectively say, how about we together deal with our packaging materials and set up a way to remanufacture all kinds of products. We might be, of course, collaborating with other businesses, designers who might want to take some of these waste resources and put them back into some other products. We might then be working with end users, people in our communities who might be setting up infrastructure projects, for instance, who might want to bring that back into applications. So the ability to show that it is possible to regenerate materials over and over again is also coupled with the fact that you need to go right back at the fundamental level. And of course, this is where some of the new science that we're innovating is all about micro-recycling. So why do we call it micro-recycling science? Is that we know that to be able to actually take these complex materials and create these kinds of hybrids that I've been showing you requires us to actually create fit-for-purpose products, which means understanding how you can take materials at the micro level and bring about transformative changes so that we can create new products and we can innovate to be able to deliver value to our society. So I guess I wanted to just leave it at that point, to leave with you a few thoughts, to be able to reflect on where in your own co-op you see those opportunities that through this kind of collaboration, not just within your own co-op, but across the neighboring co-ops, are there enough sort of abilities to come together, whether it is about your packaging materials and indeed whether it is about all kinds of, I wanted to use the example of what Gurmesh was talking about with macadamias. We've actually used macadamia nut shells, and those macadamia nut shells have been shown as part of production of the kinds of things that we are talking about, that it can be transformed into highly functioning surfaces. So in all of these cases, it was quite interesting talking to one of our friends from the States who's been here spending a few days with us, looking at the kinds of technological innovation and sort of really starting to say, well, this could well be applicable not just in Australia, but it could well be applicable globally. So imagine what we could do as a country where we shine a light on multiple pathways to transform all of those societies, those communities, and of course, most importantly, really show that we care for our people, we care for our country. And of course, in doing so, we have to start the healing process. And we have to start the healing process right down at our community level where we value those materials. But most importantly, we show that we care for our communities. And by delivering a win-win outcome, both for our people and our planet, we would have started the healing process. Thank you very much.
Okay, another challenge, and Professor Veena is going to be around, and certainly around for the dinner tonight if you have a ticket. So that should have challenged your co-op to think about its waste and think about the value and opportunities that could come for it. A final address is from Professor Andrew Beer. He's the Executive Dean of Business at the University of South Australia, UniSA, and he's got a bit of a focus on housing in his research interests, but hopefully he too will challenge us with some ideas and some thinking. So please welcome Andrew to the lecture.
Yeah, sure, of course. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. And also, I acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of the Gadigal people. I want to start by talking about me, because in many ways, what's brought me here is an unusual journey in terms of an executive dean or the boss, essentially, of a business school in Australia and even globally. My background, and I've worked as an academic for 30 years or so, is really as a social researcher working principally on issues around housing and regional development. So I've worked upon issues around housing affordability, homelessness, aged housing, housing for people with a disability, how regions grow, demographic change, all those sorts of issues. But through circumstances I never planned in my career, and most of us have careers these days that we don't plan, I ended up in a business school, and the thing I'd share with you is it wasn't what I was expecting. It was completely different. I'd expected that I'd end up wearing a suit every day to work, and I do wear a suit every day to work, but it's only in the cold days that I wear a tie. I was also discovered that business in the contemporary era, in the 21st century, is actually embedded deeply with what I would think of as aware, socially responsible, or left-leaning topics. So if I look at the research of my academics, what we talk about are things such as ecologically sustainable development, corporate social responsibility, ESG, modern slavery, saving the environment, dealing with plastic, as Veena has discussed just then, questions around fossil carbon, etc., etc., etc. And when I talk to businesses, there's a real focus not just on making a profit or creating value for shareholders. There's also a very critical focus on issues around for-purpose. And there's been enormous growth into the for-purpose economy, particularly in the entrepreneurial innovation space. And this includes some businesses which are for profit, some of which are cooperatives, and some of which are not-for-profit. Importantly, and I think this is really the core part of my presentation today, this alphabet soup of issues that we see, this alphabet soup of acronyms and buzzwords that now embed our life in business, is very much of interest to students. What we see across Australia is a declining interest in business degrees at the university level, particularly for Australian-born students. So to put that to life, last year the number of students entering UniSA business fell, but our share of the local market rose. So it tells me that the other two big institutions obviously had even smaller enrolments in that area. And the students we have actually have a very strong interest in doing good for the world. Yes, they want to have a job. Yes, they want to do good, but they also wanted, yes, they wanted to have a good salary, but many also want to do things that make a real difference in their lives. So they often have a side hustle, which is a social enterprise, which is doing good for the world, etc. And when I think about my own youngest child who's just joined Deloitte, she worries so much about working for the man, selling out to the man. I, of course, also point out that many of their partners are women. Which really brings us to a question about the changing attitudes of the coming generations and the changing attitudes around leadership. So to use just a very simple model of leadership, I think there are a number of key points I want to share with you. First of all, leaders need followers. If you don't have followers, you're not a leader. And you can attract and you can hold your leadership and your followers in many different ways. The second thing is leaders always have to construct a narrative. One of the key tasks of a leader is to make sense of change taking place, whether it's in your business, within your society, whether it's in your local community or whatever it is. And you've got to have a story about how change, positive change, is going to happen, because that motivates people and it gives a direction and a purpose to what's going to take place. And thirdly, leaders need to have power. And basically that power comes down to compulsion on one hand. I can direct the staff in the business school at University of South Australia to do something, or it comes down to various forms of persuasion. Often it's about convincing people to do something, which is a softer form of power, but also one which is often of greater capacity. So my basic argument is that when we put together these two insights, what we see is there's a real opportunity for cooperatives as we enter this part of the 21st century. Cooperatives have always had a very strong narrative. Your narrative is about working together, people coming together to do better things for society, for economy, for the environment. At the same time, coming generations have higher aspirations than just making a quid. They have aspirations around doing good for the economy, doing good for society. They're very much focused on what their future environment's going to look like and how hot it's going to be, how much plastic they have to deal with their environment, how much social dislocation they're going to have to deal with over time. So in many ways, cooperatives have a unique opportunity, an inflection point in their trajectory to bring about change. Which then brings me to questions around housing. We all know that there's a significant housing crisis in Australia in terms of rapid escalation in house prices, no private rental housing, a residualised social housing sector, loss of stock to floods, loss of stock to bushfires, etc. And governments really don't have a solution. If you look at the federal election that has just passed, we see both sides of politics really struggled to find solutions that were convincing. Yes, one side did offer more than others, but both groups essentially looked to financial solutions. For those of you who work in the housing sector, NIFIC is a central part of, which is a financing instrument, central part of the solution these people have offered. The Reserve Bank hopes that by raising interest rates, housing prices will eventually fall. But we all know that that is not going to be true. I call it the Reserve Bank dreaming, because it really will never happen. We've had interest rate rises in the past, and over time, interest rates have continued to exceed inflation by 3% or so year in, year out for the last 20 years. This focus on finding financial solutions is not going to deliver affordable housing into Australia into the near future, in the medium term, or even into the long term. The instruments we've created don't necessarily provide any solutions at all. Solutions are unlikely to be provided by public housing as we understand it conventionally. The sector is now too small, and it's dealing with issues around mental health, crisis, domestic and family violence, homelessness, etc. that will take at least 2 decades and more likely 3 decades to find resolution until we have a decent social housing sector focused on persons with low income rather than complex and multiple needs. The housing association sector is also a potential actor in this space, but it too has problems, as many of you be aware. In many ways, housing associations are forced to behave in ways that are more like the private sector than the public sector. Governments, even local governments, are too often pushed to act like the private sector as well. This is an affordable housing development in Adelaide, very close to where I work. It was developed by the Adelaide City Council as their commitment to long-term housing, long-term affordable rental housing. One government built the housing, celebrated its success for 20 years. A more conservative local government came in and they've now privatised it and sold it off. Cooperatives, however, and there is a cooperative on the same street as this development I've just shown you, provide a very different solution. Cooperatives have the capacity to endure. Cooperatives have the capacity to mobilise a vast range of resources. Cooperatives have the capacity to draw on both sweat equity of its members, but also to take advantage of the resources, the fiscal resources, the financial resources, the wages and other incomes that members have to build over time and to develop over time. They have a capacity to act for the good of both the members, and in many respects, they have the capacity to act for the benefit of the community as a whole. I finish with this image because it reminds all of us that in many ways, housing has always had two purposes. It has a use value, which is somewhere to live, and it has a exchange value, a market value. Increasingly, when we look at places, at phenomena such as Airbnb and other short-term rental accommodation, we see so clearly that we've allowed the exchange value to dominate the use value. Cooperatives can be a path to re-establishing the importance of the use of housing to house families, to house individuals, to house older people, to house refugees, etc. That's a very important point, which then takes me back to where I started. Business has changed, but more importantly, business has changed because our generations have changed. Their attitudes, which are now much more positive towards doing good in the world, align so neatly and so powerfully with the narrative of cooperatives. Cooperatives are potentially one way in which this generation and the generations that follow can achieve their objectives in terms of achieving good for the environment, for the economy, and for their society. That's a great opportunity. I would also say that I don't think this opportunity is limited to the conventional housing cooperative movement. I would challenge many of those trading enterprises who are cooperatives to think about whether this is actually an area they should move into over time. To give one example, a lot of my recent work has focused on the shortage of workforce in regional Australia, which is caused by the shortage of housing. Cooperatives that move into housing as well, especially in regional Australia, but it could be metropolitan Australia as well, will do good for their members, will do good for the community, and will potentially secure their workforce into the future so they can continue to grow the trading part of their enterprise. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I've certainly been challenged, and I'm sure you have been as well. We're a little bit over time. It couldn't be a Federation Assembly without allowing a bit of member comment or questions. So if anyone's got a question or to one or all of the panellists, now is the time. We've got mics there, is that right, Peter? Yep. Or you can go to morning tea and talk to them one-on-one. The opportunity has to be offered. In a cooperative AGM, you must give members the right to question management. It's written into the cooperative's national law. I'm giving you that chance, but it's going great. Let's have morning tea. We'll be back sharp at 11 for the next session. Toilets and morning tea is all out behind you. And just please thank our panellists for their presentations today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for being so timely. Another great session that's been put together today. We literally have some global views coming through, as well as some Australian and New Zealand views more in our sort of territory, which we're really pleased to be able to bring to you today. So I'm going to be seeking to try and facilitate a discussion on some of the key issues and opportunities for cooperatives as they're facing them in Canada, in New Zealand and Australia, from the perspectives of some of these wonderful leading cooperators and managers of key cooperatives and their agencies. So the session is a forum for discussion with them on issues that they've recently confronted for their relevant organisations. Here in Australia, we've been dealing with COVID, of course, fires, floods, droughts, but in other countries as well, they've had similar issues, whether they be trade, COVID-related, their own drought issues, economics as well, and legal stuff as well. So hearing what's going on in our sector from around the world, as well as here in our own country and in New Zealand, is incredibly important for us to be learning leaders for our sector. It's an opportunity for them to air issues that are relevant to their organisation, to perhaps make some connections with organisations here with similar interests or concerns. And the forum may raise matters that have high-level impact and might require even government intervention or pose challenges for cooperative federations, including this one. But the idea is to help shape the collective cooperative movement across the country, and so we look forward to all of our speakers' contributions and insights. We're going to roughly allow each speaker about 15 to 20 minutes, and hopefully then 10 minutes, which is how late we are, for questions. That's up to me to moderate. I'm going to get each speaker to briefly introduce themselves and then continue to let them have the floor for the 15 to 20 minutes, and I'll sort of politely try and interrupt, like if they're running over time. So I'll be doing that to keep us going. The first person I'm thrilled to be able to introduce is a bit of Canadian cooperative and mutual royalty. Jack Wilkinson from Canada. I know you've had a link to his bio in your leaflets and outline for the whole forum and the assembly. But as I find, and you'll find with Jack, a link to a particular site is just one small dimension of his, and indeed all of our panel members' cooperative experience and sector involvement. So Jack is on our screen, and when you sort of see me looking up here, it's because I'm looking at the cameras at Jack. So g'day, Jack. It's wonderful for you to be with us. I know you're 16 hours behind our time, so we really thank you for being here. It's probably beer o'clock there with you, is it?
Well, thank you for having me. I had a coffee just to be in the spirit of being in the morning in Australia versus a beer. So hopefully everything's good.
Thank you, Jack. Please introduce yourself to our group, and you have the floor for around 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a farmer. My family, wife and children have a farm in Northern Ontario. Sort of started off my education, university degree, then was a pilot in the Canadian Armed Forces, and then took over my dad's farm, and then we moved that farm to Northern Ontario. Been heavily involved in farm organizations, provincially, nationally, and internationally, and then when that stint was kind of over, I decided to really spend more time with the cooperative movement. We've always bought all our inputs and sold to our agriculture co-op and fuel co-op, but I never had anything to do much with governance and policy, and became particularly interested in that whole area, and have been a board member for 18, 20 years on various co-ops, from Coopers Insurance, which is a large multi-line insurance company owned by 45 co-ops in Canada. My regional co-op, which is an agriculture, fuel, retail and grocery store co-op in Northern Ontario, and on some foundations and other policy organizations. So quite involved and enjoyed immensely. So I guess for me, one of the goals that I've always had is if you're going to actually change the economic and social fiber in a country, the co-op movement has to, and I'll just use them interchangeably, okay? It has to be large enough that it can, in fact, make a difference in the market, in my view. There'll be situations where someone will start a daycare co-op because they need that service. But if you're going to change the insurance industry, you've got to be big enough and innovative enough, and to, in fact, really make people want to follow you and change. And the same with the credit union movement and the banking. And I think that's been our history, where, you know, the first of things that we have done is Leong, and it'll be the same in Australia, New Zealand, and other places. You know, the first organization in rural areas, the first one that gave membership to women, the first one that did loans to women without their husband's signature. The list goes on and on and on. And so the question now is, what are we doing that's the first today to keep the movement alive and invigorated, or has that time passed? And I think that's a fundamental question we have to ask ourselves. Is the co-op movement a thing of the past and we're coasting, or does it still make a difference? And what do we do in our daily co-op and our associations to keep our feet to the fire continually to make that difference? For cooperatives insurance, you know, we sell about $6 billion in premium. It's multi-line life, commercial, home and auto. We've acquired a few years ago a very substantial wealth management, and we're moving into that. We have nearly 40 billions under investment there. And our goal is to kind of grow at twice the speed of the insurance company in Canada. Not to just be there, but to actually grow and to be bringing innovative products to the marketplace and to challenge ourselves to insure the underinsured. I'm sure in Australia and other countries it's the same. There's a very large block of people that don't have insurance at all or extremely minimal insurance. They're at risk and increasingly at risk, particularly we find in Canada in the north with our First Nations, where they're going to have the largest impacts of climate change. A lot of them have never had a history of substantially insurance as seen as part of their culture. And we have a lot of work to both make ourselves interesting to them and change the way we deliver insurance. Not everybody's middle class or upper middle class and has a $10,000 insurance premium. If you're going to sell to a student going to university content insurance, you better have a policy that's got very low transaction costs and can meet them in the marketplace, or you simply won't do it. And there's many sectors in the economy that we have to challenge ourselves constantly. The good side of that is most of the big insurance companies don't want those people anyway. So that really leaves us an opportunity to market, minimal competition, and a really big social and economic need so that after disaster, they're back to where they were or better than where they were before it occurred. So that's something that is constantly in front of us. Also, we see ourselves as leader in adapting, building resilience to climate change. Obviously, if you're an insurance company and you see the reinsurance data, you probably are impacted in your bottom line almost more than any other business in the country. When you see claims going up substantially, whether it be fire, drought, the list of flooding, the list goes on and on and on, and the claims magnitude grows, it becomes a point where you have to ask yourself, are people going to be insurable in the future? Do we have to totally change our product offering? How are we going to be able to build resilience in those communities so that they will be able to have the insurance that they need so that their entire family and economics are not disrupted if they have a home fire, a wildfire, etc. So that, I think, will be our big challenge again in the future, and staying in those areas where other insurers choose to leave because it's seen as the risk is too large. Just as an example, cooperatives brought in whole water coverage for homes and farms. It was new in the industry. We were the first leader to give comprehensive. Others have come with spot kind of coverage, comprehensive, and we rate them according to the risk and floodplain mapping, and one of the leaders in the country on floodplain mapping in Canada, so that we can truly assess the risk and match the premium. So things like that are important. When it comes to the resilience with climate change, our wealth management, as you know, if you're a life insurance company, you've got a lot of money that's in trust to be held for future payouts. So we're talking billions of dollars. We put over 20% in transition, in impact investing rather, both social impact as well as climate impact. Our goal is to have 60% of our investments being transition investing. We take the view that we do not divest from fossil fuel companies and other companies that may be heavy emitters. Instead, we sit down with their board of directors and talk about a strategy to move to a lower carbon future with measurable targets, assessing their level now and what those targets will be down the road, and work with management. As long as they're willing to change and move in that direction, we'll stay investing. If they don't and choose not to, we'll pull the plug. And we think we have much more of an impact doing that than divesting of all the fossil fuel, because somebody else is going to buy those shares. Our goal is to change the world, not to divest in parts of the economy of the world. So those things are big, and we have to be innovative all the time, challenge ourselves all the time. The other big piece that bothers me a lot, I used to be the president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. I saw all of our large agricultural grain co-ops effectively morph into private sector companies. You have some of them, Viterra and others over in your country. We lost some of the huge impact that farmers had for marketing grain, buying inputs. It was, in my view, a challenge of governance. Board members forgot that their goal was to keep the co-op serving its members, and got overly excited, maybe had a hat size on too large, and we lost them. We lost many dairy co-ops. So if you lose every large co-op, and we just lost Mountain Equipment Co-op, the largest membership co-op in Canada to private investor, if you lose your large co-ops, what does that tell everybody? And what impact do you have in the long-term economy? So our goal is to have the governance model that's challenged by ourselves and our members every 10 years, rigorously go through it, adapt as we need to serve our members and our policyholders, and to make sure we stay true to the co-op values. It's critical. Otherwise, why are you there? And if you're not there, you don't then really believe that the co-op model is the best business model. I truly do believe it. I can't think of a better model where the people in the community that use you own you. The people can come to an annual meeting if they have a concern. The people know my telephone number as a board member. I just don't see why we can't make that message more exciting and more innovative. I believe that we have to do better than just talk to ourselves. And so that's going to be a big challenge for us as we move forward. But we're looking at that seriously, trying to find new ways to communicate, new product offerings. For example, if you get a tool from a particular co-op, one day insurance. We have insurance for B&Bs, so they can buy episodic insurance for 2 or 3 nights. The list goes on and on, because we're finding people weren't insured, period, or they were relying on their form of running a commercial enterprise. Once we put that product out there, low transaction costs, getting real insurance, being insured properly, we've made a big difference of the uptick, and we're going to keep working on that. It's not really profitable, I must admit, but it is meeting an insurance need. We think we'll learn a lot about how to deliver low transaction cost insurance, and that will stand us in good stead for the future, and it builds a reputation. They might start by insuring 2 nights visit on Airbnb, and then decide that they got such great service that they walk in and buy a small life insurance policy, or the list goes on and on, or a wealth management product. So I'm an excited cooperative person. I believe the business model is the real business model, but our biggest challenge is converting the unconverted. We have to continue to talk outside of the cooperative circle in a way that people understand what we're trying to say. I'm of the view that we don't want to just be like other businesses. I think we have to lobby government aggressively to have a better than a corporate structure for our taxation policy. If we're going to stay in the country, and if we're going to hire people, if we're going to make a social difference in the community, if we're going to have everybody above living wage, why shouldn't we have a better tax deal? Why am I just barely struggling to get the same grants and opportunities as the private sector because governments and officials, the grant and regional development, don't understand the co-op movement? So I think it's time to be bold, be aggressive, kick a little ass, and I hope that's not too strong for morning coffee. And if you believe it, I think the whole thing is winning. I was in the military. You can have 2 people who get together to have a wrestling match. The one who wants to win the most usually does. And so I think we have to decide, do we really want to win and grow this co-op movement because we believe in it? And if we do, then we have to take the actions appropriately to do it. And we've got to put safeguards in so it can't be demutualized or privatized. And I know you've made some changes years back in the 70s for your movement in Australia. We've got a lot to learn in Canada. And we have to get at it. So with that, I think that kind of covers the waterfront from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Jack, that was fantastic in about 11 minutes. So at the risk of risk of pressing my luck, can I just throw back to you on a couple of questions? Some really sage advice in there, and I think we all know that you've seen one co-op, you've seen one co-op. Everybody's got that different reason for being, or a raison d'être. And so I'm just interested, you picked up, and I've had a coffee discussion with a couple of people up here, Jack, and this concept of keeping the members engaged, keeping them sticky, keeping them loyal, and the piece around education. Did you have a comment around that, Jack?
Well, for me, the more wallet share you have of a member, the more likely that they're going to stay with you in the long term. So from the insurance company point of view, we give discounts, significant discounts for multi-policy holders. And so our goal here is to have them have their car insurance as long as they have one, their house insurance, their life insurance, their wealth management with us. And they basically become a long-term committed person. They're not going to switch to an online discount broker because they can get car insurance cheaper if they've got 4 other lines of insurance with us. And they have a relationship with us that they'll never get anywhere else. We've got to look at what we do best and market that aggressively. And when you get to advice-based business, then that's critical. And that can go to the agriculture side too. We're at a war on the farm side, for example. Our farms have gotten so large, and you know that way better than I do in Australia, that is there a role for an agriculture co-op of any substance, or is everybody just going to buy direct from the machinery dealer or lease direct? They're going to buy all the fertilizer from a huge broker somewhere in the country, and they're going to sell their grain directly. Well, what are we going to do about that? Are we just going to let that business model fall apart and let them win? Or are we going to do something? So, for example, our little regional co-op, $135 million worth of business, we're looking at putting in place a carbon footprint on the farm. So carbon's going to be worth something when everybody's struggling to get to net zero. It's not worth a lot now, but I think it will be worth a lot in 10, 15 years from now. We're starting a process and trying to organize ourselves to baseline the carbon footprint on every farm who's our member, measure the organic matter in the soil. So when we make changes moving to zero tillage and reduce tillage and other farm practices to improve the soil, you'll know what carbon savings you've made on and you'll know what it's worth. And the co-op is looking to try and market that carbon offset to the world marketplace. Don't give it to somebody else, a third party that's going to basically give the farmer nothing and they're going to make the money out of the offset. Don't give it to the processor who's buying your grain. Find a way that you keep it for yourself, meet the sustainability goals of the processor, try and be in control of that so you don't have to change with every processor, and take ownership. We right now are in a situation where many farmers don't own their data, they don't own their equipment, they can't repair their equipment, and we're on the verge of giving the carbon offset away to a multinational. I think it's time we started waking up and saying, you know, this is a very bleak world if carbon is worth 10 times what it is now, and we signed a piece of paper in 2022 saying that went to the processor. So I think we just have to challenge ourselves. The old question, what needs to be fixed today when I wake up in the morning while I'm having my first coffee, and then let's get at it. And I think we need that aggression again in the market.
That's wonderful, Jack. Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be some other questions when we have finished with the other speakers. And just to reassure you, kicking ass is a well-quoted governance term here in Australia as well. So thank you. Feel comfortable. Okay. Thank you. Roz was very kind to allow Jack to go first. We're just conscious of his time zone, that was all. So I'm really pleased to introduce to you Roz Henry and again invite you to welcome her to the stage. Thank you, Roz.
Thanks, Trent. Kia ora. Thanks so much, everyone, for having me here today. It's a real pleasure. I flew in last night, so just adjusting to the time zone. Not quite like Jack. So I guess for those of you who I haven't met, I'm the CEO of Cooperative Business New Zealand. Cooperative Business New Zealand is New Zealand's peak representative body. It's a little bit like BCCM here in Australia, but we don't have any, obviously, states per se, so we don't have organisations such as Co-op Feds. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background in terms of the work that we do and the size and scale of the cooperative economy, just as reference for you all. So in New Zealand, we have a highly advanced co-op economy. It was basically established back in the 1850s, and the industries that they sit across is extremely vast. So 1869, we had the establishment of SBS Bank, and that is still with us today, 150 years later, and the same goes for Fonterra, who's just celebrated their 150th year as well. We also saw in the early 1900s legislation that was specifically for member-owned businesses. So these entities are a significant contributor to the New Zealand economy. In 1996, we had the New Zealand Co-operative Companies Act passed. What I find really interesting is, and I don't think it's any different here in Australia, and Jack sort of referred to this in Canada as well, there is a lot of misinformation out there about your organisations. And quite often I hear feedback that you're not progressive or you're not pushing the boundaries enough. And so what I love is this photo up here on the bottom. That was taken in 1924. And those trucks, those milk tankers, are powered by battery engines. So, you know, when I look at that and go, well, they are progressive and they are actually at the forefront of some of the innovation R&D that we see today. So just in terms of who we are in the organisation, we were established in the 80s, probably not in a dissimilar way to what's happened in Australia, specifically for the agri sector. And then in the 90s, there was recognition that actually there's a whole lot of organisations and industries that leverage the model. Sidsel over here has had quite a lot of engagement with us, and the neat thing in New Zealand is that we've got consumer cooperatives, we've got supplier cooperatives, we've got employee-owned cooperatives, and also supply chain. What I'm looking at right now is there's more of a movement towards platform cooperatives, and we're trying to work to establish housing cooperatives as well. So it's quite vast in terms of the industries that they sit across. I guess in terms of our vision, we would like to be the voice of co-ops and mutuals. I know that's a big stretch, especially when we've got organisations that with the size and scale of Fonterra who can do it for themselves. So I guess really the reality is we're really there to support them to thrive and prosper. Really to get parity of treatment in the same way that corporates get. So this is the slide here, and I know obviously most of these brands won't be known to many of you, but if you look at this, these are basically our members right now. We have about 330 cooperatives in New Zealand. They have 1.5 million members. So just remember, New Zealand's population is 5 million people. So that's significant. And the ones that I've circled up there for you sit in the top 300 cooperatives globally. So, you know, New Zealand is one of the most cooperative economies. We're very reliant upon these businesses for our economy, for our communities. And if you look, we started talking a little bit about this before with Jack. You know, if you look at Silver Fern Farms up there, you look at Alliance Farms, you look at Fonterra, Tatua, those are sort of like the core cooperative, if you like. They're the farms. Zespri is another example. Sitting around them, you've got Balance and Ravensdown, which are fertiliser suppliers. You've got Rural Co, and you've got Farmlands, which is very similar. I'm going to get it to Yenda. So, sorry, gents, I'm trying to remember the names. So they're very symbiotic in terms of the way that they work together. And what we don't really understand in New Zealand is how entrenched they are into the New Zealand economy and the legs that they sow. So when we've just done a piece of work, which I'll refer to, we looked at just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the co-ops, but what we haven't looked at is the 1.5 million members and how much GDP they actually generate for the economy. But the reality is that the SMEs can't exist without the cooperative. So the mechanics, the builders, we've got a whole lot of different tradies that actually utilise the model. And just in terms of COVID, what was really neat outside of World Travellers up here, and Trent's just mentioned his involvement with travel organisations, that was pretty much the only one that didn't survive. Everyone else was classified as an essential service throughout COVID. And what was really interesting is the corporates operating in the same areas as these organisations, quite often they've gone backwards financially, whereas the cooperatives hunkered down, the members have come together, they've come out better and stronger. Hasn't been easy, but the reality is that that's been the outcome. I just put this slide up here. I know Syndex is also here in Australia, and we work quite closely with Syndex. These are our corporate associate members, or our business partners, if you like. The one that's missing from here is PwC. The reason I put this up is that these organisations recognise how intrinsic and important you are to the economy, and particularly, obviously, in New Zealand. And the other thing that we're doing a lot of is really trying to engage with the universities and at school level. I know SIDSL was involved with the Masters of Co-op Studies here in Australia. We've looked at doing something similar in New Zealand. The reality is that it's really difficult to get those sorts of initiatives off the ground. So we're very focused at how do we actually embed content into business programs and at school level so that the model is even up on the table for consideration, or even for startup agencies. So we've got a whole lot of startup agencies. It's not even been put on the table as for consideration. This piece of work that we did with PwC was really important for us. We did this last year, and it's about getting you credibility. You're all welcome to have a copy of this report. It's been written like a 101 guide of co-ops, and it really explains your story. It talks about the businesses that I put up before, and what it did was we assessed each of our members here in New Zealand based on revenue, assets, number of members, and number of employees. And what it really did showcase was how important that, these businesses are. So just to touch on that, the top 30 cooperatives in New Zealand alone generate 13% of New Zealand's GDP. So that's just the cooperative. As I said, it doesn't look at their members. The World Cooperative Monitor identified that in New Zealand it's probably about 18%, as I said earlier. So compared to Australia, what's interesting is that you have about 1.5% of your economy, your GDP, being generated by these businesses. Obviously, the demise of Murray Goulburn of recent times is a real disappointment for those of you in the co-op community. But we really wanted to showcase this. And so I've been using this report with our ministers, with the ministries, with educators, to really start to have some of these conversations. In terms of the bar chart down the bottom, you'll see there's a reference to Australia, New Zealand, and the global economy. I'm not sure how well you can see that, but I'll just talk to it. This here is agri-food. New Zealand's obviously New Zealand's 70% in terms of agri-food. In terms of Australia, in terms of co-ops, it's around about 20% of the top 100 co-ops. And globally it's about 33. So in New Zealand we're very reliant upon cooperatives in that part, whereas in Australia and offshore it's more in the retail and financial services space. So just touching on the challenges, and I'll run through this quickly because I know that we're going to have a discussion about this. I think all of us face the same challenges as the reality. The obvious one at the moment is the impacts of COVID and the impacts on inflation, and how do we actually work through that. New Zealand's basically at the bottom of the world, so the supply chain, quite often the ships get here and then they turn around. They don't come to New Zealand. So our supply chain, if you're building a house in New Zealand, don't do it, is all I'd say. The cost of materials has absolutely gone rampant. Everyone was stockpiling chipboard of recent times, and so there's been an absolute stink about that. The other thing is obviously the understanding of the model, which is where we come into play, and we're working really hard to build that up. Staffing, right now we have less than 3% unemployment in New Zealand. The reality is most of those individuals are unemployable, dare I say it, and that's a real challenge for us, and our immigration setting is just terrible right now to enable us to attract the right people into the country. The other side of that, and I think Trent touched on this earlier, is you as leaders of cooperatives, your behaviours need to be different. You need to really have that high level of EQ that comes of running a business that's member-owned and building that loyalty. If you behave like you're running a corporate, you will destroy the value of that business and it will become demutualised very quickly. And so it's really important for you as you step onto the boards of your businesses that you get the right CEOs coming into the business. So that's part of it. Obviously the impacts of the sustainability goals that we're all trying to achieve, and Jack just touched on in terms of zero emissions. The challenge here in New Zealand is that that's actually being focused at on-farm, and that the farmers are having to own that. It's not just being transferred back out to the businesses themselves. We've already touched on, and Trent talked about this morning, around having the right governors. And, you know, as a co-op, you have a high proportion of member governors. I use the analogy, and this is not to discredit anyone sitting on the board of co-op, that you're like school teachers in the school who's loved by the parents, loved by the students, might teach the local sports team, who then steps onto the board of the school. It's strategy, it's infrastructure, it's budgets. It's a really different skill set. So that's where we get involved in terms of providing governance expertise and training. The obvious one is around accessing capital. It's the same in New Zealand. 2% of bank debt is allocated to cooperatives, which is ridiculously low. We've talked about shareholder loyalty. We'll touch on succession planning. I know for all of you that's a real thing of how do you actually encourage the next generation to come through. There's always that interesting tension between the CEO and the board and trying to deliver outcomes. And then obviously the big one for us is that policy setting and making sure we get the right legislative environment. So we've been working really hard to do that. And we've made some good traction, but there's a long way to go. And as I say, our big thing is to try and get parity of treatment for these organisations. So I'm going to wrap it up there and let the next speaker go so that we've got some time for Q&A. Thanks, Trent.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to some questions if we can. A lot of stuff to deal with in that. The next person I'd like to introduce you to is Neil Hockley from Plumbers Co. Again, I'll invite Neil to introduce himself, and we'll have a chat about his organisation. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. As I've just stated, my name's Neil Hockley. I'm the CEO of Plumbers Supply Co-op. So really interesting, I said Plumbers Supply Co-op, but it's actually not Plumbers Supply Co-op anymore, it's Plumbers Co-op. And I'm just going to take you on a journey as to why it's Plumbers Supply Co-op, or why it was Plumbers Supply Co-op and why it's Plumbers Co-op now. And I think it really speaks to sort of, you know, I guess why we're here and the value, I guess, from a co-op. So our business is, we've got 34 branches. Our revenue's just shy of 130 million. So we're a plumbing wholesale business. So the plumbing wholesalers that you know, most of you know are TradeLink and Reese Plumbers. So we're like a TradeLink or Reese. Probably don't have the shiny showrooms that Reese does, all the cash, mind you. But we've been in the business for 66 years. And that's really an interesting part of the story of Plumbers Co-op, because in the 66 years it started where, just like many of your co-ops, the whole premise of it starting was actually there was a couple of plumbers that, you know, ultimately were dealing with, you know, some of the major suppliers, Coroma. Funny enough, I used to work for them at one point, but, and essentially they felt like they weren't getting a good deal. And essentially they came together, they formed a buying group which formed a cooperative, and it went down the journey. The cooperative grew from strength to strength, you know, over the years, and was absolutely a major part of the wholesale scene in Australia. And fair to say, some time ago, the co-op stopped growing, and private enterprise took over. And as I stand here before you today, I've been in the role for probably 18 months. And I've probably got the co-op that, you know, is almost broken and almost, you know, about to go broke, right? And my job's to sort of pull it out of that piece and give it some fresh blood. Make sure that the members actually understand the reason why we exist, and we exist for our members, and start to regenerate our business. And we've certainly done that. and we've still got a long way to go, but it really does speak to sort of, I guess, the challenges that co-ops have, because in Australia, probably unlike New Zealand, there's not that many co-ops, and the messaging around cooperatives and what a cooperative means and is really something that, from a business perspective, we at Plumbers Co-op, we put a bit of energy into it, and we always feel like we need to put more energy into it, because cooperatives aren't a big part of our industry or part of our economy and part of our communities. So, and that speaks to that naming convention change. We were Plumbers Supply Co-op, now we're just Plumbers Co-op, and we changed our trading name, we've changed our branding, we've changed, most things in the business to I guess, get us from where we were to where we're going and where we need to be. And just dropping the suppliers and just focusing on the co-op is one part of many messaging pieces that says it's your co-op and we exist for you, the member. So what does that mean for our members and essentially our customers? Essentially what we've been trying to do is actually form that, we talk about communities, so we call it like my co-op. So we try to engage with our membership. Each year we do conferences, and these conferences the members can actually put on their account, and we take 200 plumbers and their families away. We had a great time at Port Douglas, which was awesome, and it was fantastic weather, and come back to the cold. But those environments really does, you think, okay, everyone's going on a holiday, but they cement relationships and they really lock people into a group of other individuals that have the same day-to-day needs and so forth, and essentially they can, they all do the same thing. They're all plumbers, so they can share the pain of what it's like to be a plumber and what needs to happen for them to actually make money. So we do that. We do trade shows, and we reward our plumbers and our members through both settlement discounts, which helps us recover our funds, and we've got very good DSO days. But at the end of the year, we provide dividends and rebates to members. So that's giving back profits back to members. That's a little catch, I think, for cooperatives, and one of the things I would say about that is that, in times gone past, and I talked about the strength of the co-op before, and I guess where we got to and our recovery now is that, from a cooperative perspective, you've got to remember you're running a business and that you need to reinvest in your business to stay relevant. And I think Jack talked about, is our co-op's relevant, and part of that is, the investment back into the infrastructure you need to make members, want to do business with you, and also have the platforms in which you need to communicate with your members and absolutely make the most of the opportunity that they have to be part of the co-op and what we do. I think moving forward for us, and I talked about the My Co-op and that space and how we're actually adding value to our membership. As we move forward, I feel like some of this are challenges that, you just put up the challenges around COVID, the challenges around labour shortage, etc. I think the other challenges that, face every business are those other regulatory things like the HR, the accounting advice, the various professionals that businesses need to call on, the marketing intel and so forth. And for us, that's a space that we're going to, we've already started to explore, and we're certainly going to bring it to a path that we're actually going to be able to have our members put professional services on their account and actually, maybe call up a HR guy when they've got an issue with an employee that, is less than cooperative or adding value to their business. So that morph of My Co-op and sort of what we do for our customers and our members is really, really important to us, and how we feel like we're going to add even more value than what we do now. outside of that, I think there's a whole heap of corporate stuff that, linking in with some of the programs that some of the financing people deliver. Amex is a classic example that can extend terms and various things, and also provide. This is not an advert for Amex, but because they're pretty hard to deal with. But it does give membership sort of additional sort of days to pay, points, rewards, and for the business, it gives surety of payment in some regards too. So looking at all different angles to stay relevant is really important from a cooperative's perspective, and certainly has been from our business. And the only other thing I would say is digital and the investment in digital and IT infrastructure and that forward progression as to what is the next piece is has to stay at the forefront of our minds as we move forward in business, whether it be small or larger business. So that's all I really wanted to share with you today. I'm happy to sort of talk to anyone about I guess what the challenges have been, but I'm really comfortable that my co-op and Plumbers Supplies, or Plumbers Co-op I should say, Plumbers Supplies, I've got to get it out of my language, Plumbers Co-op is moving forward in the right direction, and hopefully we'll see many more members. We've got 5,000 so far, but we've grown that just this year by 600, so more to come. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Neil. Great spectrum, isn't it, of speakers and various experiences and things that they're working on, and things that keep them awake at night. And with that, I'm just keen to introduce Nace to you. And again, he's down here as Yenda Producers, but he's an irrigator as well. So I'll let him introduce himself and have a bit of a chat about what is keeping him awake at night. Thank you. Could we be ready with Roz's slide, second last slide, Challenges of New Zealand Co-ops? Yep. Nace might want to refer to it at some point in his speech. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Trent. Thanks, everyone. Basically my day job is I'm a farmer in the Western Riverina. I have been for most of my life. Joined the board of Yenda Prods, of which I'm also a customer and a member, and am now the chair of that organisation, which I'm very proud of. So, but just in reflecting the challenges that we face, 3 of them were directly on Roz's slide, so that and virtually all of them would relate to us too, so it's pretty universal, those challenges, I think, Roz. So the first one of those I want to address is governance in the organisation. And I don't think it matters whether you're on the local school P&C or on the CBH board, those principles of how you run the business, what you're in and what you don't get into, are really important for the business, and whether you actually add value. By being on the board, do you actually help management or do you handbrake them? So that's a really important question to ask yourself and every board member. And I know with some small co-ops, that role gets very, very close, because often the board members are the main drivers of the co-op as well. But as you grow, it's just so important to differentiate the 2 roles, that you're not a business advisor. You're there basically to employ the CEO and manage him, make sure he does the right job. Look out for the risks that are going to run over your business. Like, there's obviously the current risks, but someone had a slide there this morning of looking out into the distance, which is just so important, that you're prepared for what may or is likely to come at you. And on that, you build your strategy of how you're going to build the business to be in the place to battle off those risks when they may hit you, whether it's a strong balance sheet or umpteen different tactics you might use to do it. So with that, there's probably 2 challenges: knowing the people who are already on the board, and obviously training is a huge benefit there. Whatever your business can afford, whether it's through SAM, through other external providers, but that training just lifts the level of the board, and continuously. And focus that training on what your business needs. Like, what challenges are you focusing on? like ours was obviously water policy was a huge thing. So we did training on water policies just so to get us and the senior leadership team better knowledge of the water politics that were coming at us. So that was just one example, but every business is going to be totally different. What challenges you're focusing on, so focus your training that suits your business. So obviously, that's what you do with people in the board at the time, like you grow them, you mentor them or whatever. So the other big challenge is who do you ask to be on your board? When I first joined Yenda Prods, we're all over 50, all male, all farmers. Groupthink was rampant. And we just drilled down in the business relentlessly. Must have given management a hell of a stuff they'd talked about all day, and we went back there. And it was a great gossip session, but we weren't adding value to the board. Since then, we're a 97-year-old co-op, and after 90 years, we inducted our first female director. And I'm proud to say we just inducted our third the other day. And our board has got now true diversity. There's gender, there's age, there's people under 40, there's obviously experience. We did have 2 directors that had 65 years between them. And sure, there was great corporate knowledge there, but what opportunities did we miss in the meantime too? That get in there, give your energy, and probably get out before you need to be pushed out, is my theory. Because the person that comes behind you has normally got just as much energy and will add another thing, another set of eyes, another perspective to what's coming at you. And with that, you'd hope that the board will truly give some value add to management. Be that set of eyes that you're sitting in the grandstand, that they're playing down on the field, you're sitting in the grandstand, that hopefully you see something that they're missing, or just some other options. Have you explored this? Have you explored that? And a lot of the time they will have, but that's that role, to get up above the game if you can. The second issue, which is there as well, is capital within the businesses. And I don't know one business that capital's not an issue for. For us, we're looking for extra capital for 2 things. We want to provide better services to our members. We want to provide better facilities for our employees so we could retain staff. Like, we had to keep facilities up to date, and even just vehicles, their offices, their technology. So we need capital for that. And just our debtors book, because inflation and whatever, even our debtors in term had grown, and we need more capital to fund that. So traditionally, we'd had a cap of $35,000 per member, of which your 2% rebates get returned to that pool until you reach that cap, then it gets paid as cash. So we had the option to either increase that cap, which would then acknowledge at least that member's contribution over years, or just retain earnings within the company. Retaining earnings wouldn't have given that member the recognition, and we use that too as like a succession tool, that when you retire or sell the farm or stop trading with us, it's a great thing that the generational change can withdraw that capital back down to an agreed level with the board, but it gives a great opportunity to recognise that person's contribution to the business over time. And so we did bring our cap up went from 35 to 100. In hindsight, we're saying it would have been a lot better to do it gradually over the years. But that's been, on far most part, fairly well received, because it's just, if you're going to stay in business, like the old farming saying, it's very hard to be a green farmer if you're in the red. Like, if you want to do the nice community things, you've still got to be commercially successful. So that managing your capital, and whether it's retained earnings or whatever, it's a really important board issue for everyone. And just the last point is succession within the businesses. And first of all, it's board succession. And that's where I think it's just so important to, with your strategy, go and find the skills out there that you need to progress that strategy. Like, you can have some fantastic people, but if they're in a different area or whatever, or if you're all in the same financial camp, or if you're all in the same environmental camp or whatever, you just need that diversity and match who you bring onto the board with where your future direction is going to go. And the other thing we'd look at it is now we've got, like to address the tenure, just have a document of board expectations. It's obviously all the normal ones that you're not going to interfere, you're not going to white out the CEO, like your dealings with the CEO, not with any of the staff on, like issues like you never correct staff or anything like that, especially in smaller organisations. It's very easy to blur those lines. But so that just drumming into your new members all the expectations that's on it, and part of ours that you're expected probably somewhere between 8 and 10 years. It's seen a good tenure time, and after that, unless there's a real need for you to stay on the board because of a skills gap or something else, that you look at retiring and churning your position. And in our thing, it's just every new board member's just been not a breath of fresh air, because the old person's been great too, but just brings another new dimension to the board, and it's truly working like a proper board. Like this, you go in for a bit of an idea, you've read the papers, and you actually change your mind during the meeting, which I reckon is a great process. And it mightn't be from left to right, but just in degrees where you end up. And part of that board succession then too, or the responsibility of the board, is your CEO and senior management succession. So you've got to keep an eye on that too, because this can be, like, being as good as your last game. Once that CEO goes, be ready for what's coming behind them, and whether that's bringing someone up in your organisation and providing the training that they need to get there, or whatever, or whether you've got to look outside the business if it's not there. So, but that's, to me, is the other big part of the board's thing. And to me, my legacy is the time shortly after I leave, rather than when I was here, that I've left something good behind me and a good structure. So that's what I'd hope to leave anyway. So thanks, Trent.
Again, some excellent advice. God, you took your time getting your first female director. That's 90 years. I mean, CBH knocked it over in 83. 83 years. 83 years it took us. But we were using the Electoral Commission for the elections because it gets quite agri-political and dirty. And if CBH was running, it was sort of like marking our own homework. And the Electoral Commissioner wouldn't allow us to guide the membership in terms of saying we wanted younger growers, we wanted female growers, because they made up a large percentage of our membership. They just refused to allow us to interfere in the process. Anyway, the Electoral Commissioner finally died or left or something. And we had a new Electoral Commissioner, and we said, look, for God's sake, this is what contemporary governance is trying to bring, diversity. And they allowed us to do it. First election, our first female director got elected in 83 years. 2 years later, our second one. And they're fantastic growers, fantastic directors, and really changed the shape of the board, so I can't commend enough. I'd also add that diversity is important. I talk about this today, City. Diversity is important, and you can tick a box. What's most important is the inclusion piece. If diverse thought comes around the table but they're not made to feel included, they're not going to contribute because they don't feel it's psychologically safe. So diversity and inclusion is I think they go hand in hand today, and it sounds like that's exactly what you've got in yours. That's great. So many things there. So Jack, thank you so much for being patient. You haven't nodded off, which is a great thing. So Jack, I'm just going to quickly throw to you, because then I'm going to also ask the other panellists about particular comments they've made or things I'd like to tease out with them, and then throw it open to the crowd here. Anything that you heard from the Australian and New Zealand speakers that resonated with you, you'd like to have a shot at as well? Anything that you'd like to sort of weigh in on, just briefly? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. A couple things in particular really struck me. One, the whole question of capital. Do you use the capital either through patronage and other forms of rebate back to members, or do you use the capital to give service? I may have a slightly different view than some, but as a farmer, if I go over to my grain elevator and it's full at the end of the harvest season because we didn't bother to build any more grain bins, and I got a patronage check, I know which one I want. I want service. I want service big time, and I want my co-op to invest in the service that the members need. Patronage is a nice thing, but it's not a must to me. And I think some of these 7 principles that some people have, in memory, need to be dumped and redone. Because for me, I have my co-op for service. If I want patronage, I'll go somewhere else. And I may have a lot of people who disagree with me. And the other thing is, the last speaker talked about the role of the board. And I agree, the main role of the board is hiring a CEO and doing the strategic planning and keeping your fingers out of operation. But I honestly believe a lot of people go into the hiring process for a CEO and they have no idea what they want. So they bring in a few outside CEOs from other companies that razzle dazzle and give them a great spiel. Nobody bothers to talk about co-op values in a meaningful way. Nobody bothers about talking about their community and look at seriously, what are these people like on a value structure point of view? And then, a few years later, we find out that this co-op has been sold to an investor, and the board kind of said, where did that come? So I think it's critically important, this role of CEO, not only to have expertise in management, but what is their value proposition that they're bringing to this co-op? Are they going to grow the co-op values? Do they even know how to spell the name, for gosh sakes? And I'm not being flippant here. We've lost more co-ops in Canada because of CEOs that had no value structure to the co-op movement, and a board that didn't know how to stop them, and they're gone. You can't bring them back; they're gone, and we got to stop that process. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. A couple of things. Just starting with the last point first. Yes, the CEOs basically prevailed, and the boards didn't know how to stop them. The CEOs are the hired help, for God's sake. So the board should know how to prevail, and I think that's where the governance piece is coming in. The Nace, you sort of want to weigh in on this?
These active, are they?
Please, yeah.
Just following up on Jack's thing, when I probably missed too, is when you're seeking out directors, that value and culture is probably the bit I missed. That it's so important. If you're going to get the CEO of the right culture or values, the board must have those values too. So when you recruit your directors, that piece is just as important there too.
Yeah. I'll come back on the succession piece in just a tick. Just on the CEO piece, I agree. I took over from a founding father of Capricorn. He was one of the original 11 that started over a beer in a pub in Perth. And he's still alive, Frank, bless him. And we were bringing back to every alumni. But I had been in the business about 4 weeks, and I was contacted by the Cooperative Federation of Western Australia to say, we'd like to offer you to come onto the Federation board. I said, look, I'm really busy. I'm sort of taking on this gig, and I don't really have time for it. And then about a day later, I got a call from Frank. He said, look, can I just have a coffee with you? Yeah, sure. We had a coffee. He said, look, I'm a great believer the king is dead. But he said, can I just offer you one piece of advice? And I said, yeah, absolutely. He said, you've got to be a student of cooperatives. He said, you're holding the flame. He said, if you don't understand cooperatives, then we may as well start to shut the shop up now. So please reconsider the role on the Cooperative Federation Board. And I did, and I've been a student of co-ops ever since. I've been to many international organisations, any ICA functions and so forth. I love being with people that understand co-ops. And I think if this is your journey, if your community, you need to commit to be a student of cooperatives, because you're holding the candle. Okay, and Jack, the other point you made about patronage versus capital. So I'm a recovering director from Cooperative Bulk Handling, which it's been 3,000 days since my last meeting. And so on that board, we had exactly the same challenge. We'd gotten the growers used to patronage rewards on tonnes delivered and tonnes marketed, because we do both with Chinese walls in between. And when we did our capital spend rolling 10 to 15 years out, it was going to be like a $600 to $700 million spend, but we were giving it all back every year. So we had a takeover threat. And it was at that point we realised we had to start to help them understand we had to reinvest in the capital for future generations. We had to get the board to understand that their prime beneficiary was not just today's growers. It was future generations of growers, because it was their forefathers and mothers that paid for the bloody ports and the roads they've got now and the rail they've got now. Jack, so is that similar to your thinking?
Well, yeah, there are some co-ops that pay patronage in shares that will get repaid when you quit farming or you die. Well, what the hell's the benefit of that to anybody? I want service now. We have a policy in our co-op that we have no outstanding preferred shares or common shares more than 15 years. You shouldn't have your patronage tied up in that co-op for your entire business career, where that capital has been taken away from your business to support the co-op. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yep.
I would have rather had that come back to me in service, that it'll enhance my business on a daily basis. So I don't expect everybody to agree with me on that, but I think that needs to be a serious board conversation, and we need to challenge each other aggressively. It's pretty easy for a manager to say, let's issue X number of millions dollars of preferred or patronage shares, but we'll keep it all as common shares until somebody retires. Like, that's free money. What manager wouldn't ask for that? But the board needs to challenge that. That's my view.
Yeah, and I think the other piece to that is investing in the service. So a bin, an infrastructure bin that allows you to reduce your standing crop risk, that increases your farm balance sheet, the value of your farm. That's where it comes out the other end. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to pick up a couple of things, if I may. And so can we bring up Roz's slide and sort of do a double shimmy with Jack and Roz's slide, that second last slide on challenges? Thank you. That's going to be the money shot, I think, for today.
It's thanks to PwC.
Do you agree? There lots of nodding of heads when I saw people reading the slide. I think that would be really, really helpful. What about legislation, Roz? In terms of what do you see either nationally or internationally that you are concerned about and maybe want to help us know a bit more about or get our support on?
I think the thing here in Australia, which I'm not sure how well tapped into it you are, but the inquiry that was undertaken by BCCM in conjunction with the government really should be leveraged more, because the key things that came out of that were around lack of education, which is basically the umbrella of all the issues that we've raised here. So we've got lawyers and accountants who don't understand the model. We've got governors, we've got execs, we've got employees, ministers, ministries. So that's the major issue. And so they don't see it as the purpose-led businesses that they are and the opportunities they create. So that's the big picture, and that's the long-term game. That's not going to happen straight away. But that inquiry that was undertaken showcases all of that. The other thing that inquiry also points to is the ILO legislation. So that's the International Labour Organisation that in the early 2000 came out with the 193 recommendation, and that's guidelines to all international governments about putting together frameworks and legislation that is enabling of your organisations. And in New Zealand, there hasn't been a lot of uptake or understanding of what that actually means. Now, I had a really interesting conversation the other day with someone who's very savvy politically, and he said, do not go and talk to your ministers or your ministries about the 193 legislation. You need to go and collaborate with Australia and other fast-moving economies to showcase why. What's the why? Why do we have to actually create this framework? And I go back to that purpose-led. Your organisations are purpose-led. They can be applied for commercial businesses, social businesses, Indigenous people. It's got huge potential, but it's still so little understood. So that 193 legislation, I think, is the key thing that we should be really hanging our hat on and using that as a driver. The collaboration piece, as I say, I think that's absolutely key.
One other piece I wouldn't mind you just sort of sharing in terms of your thoughts, because we were having a chat earlier about B Corp, so Beyond Bank's a B Corp, and so it was interesting that we found common ground on that. What would be your thoughts to the group around the importance of B Corp and what to watch and listen out for?
So I'm assuming most of you have heard of B Corp certification? No, there's shaking of heads and nodding. Okay, it's a mixture. So B Corp certification is basically corporates are going out to showcase that they are good corporate citizens. So they're enabling sustainability reporting, good governance, so SDG goals. They're going to basically solve some of those SDG goals, targets that we're trying to achieve. And so I guess the key thing there is, just go back to your question again, Trent. I've lost my train of thought.
B Corp certification.
Oh, yeah. So B Corp certification, what's really interesting is that the process of getting B Corp certification is actually quite long and arduous. The reality is that the 7 principles that you all operate under enable you to achieve those B Corp certification outcomes already. We've had a company go for B Corp certification in New Zealand recently, the Co-operative Bank. They got it just like that. You know, and so you should really be leveraging your co-op status in your marketing and showcasing how you are purpose-led and what you're all about. So it's really part of your branding and your story. Yeah, I can't emphasise that enough. I think it's a real shame that the ICA, which is the International Cooperative Alliance, didn't qual mark your co-op status so that it could actually be used as a competitor to the B Corp certification. But yeah, I just really promote you to actually push the fact of your cooperative status as a competitive point to that.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of, if you haven't sort of followed the ESG thing, it's gathering momentum. The ethical investors, the proxy advisors are voting with their feet and taking their capital and going elsewhere. And so it is moving the markets, and that's when it gets at the attention of boards and CEOs. And so there's a lot of purpose washing going on, as well as greenwashing going on. And so being clear about this, and so we, at Beyond Bank, we had to sort of consider from our, and we spoke, I think it was Nace that spoke about the governance charter, and how we work. We had to sort of think, well, what are we going to benchmark ourselves to? There's the BCCM cooperative guidance and principles. As the bank, there's the banking code of practice. As a customer-owned bank, there's a customer-owned banking code of practice. There's a B Corp certification practice. So you sort of got to work out, well, how high a bar do you want to chin? And so actually trying to work that out is important, because what will happen, and what is happening, I think others would agree, is when employees are coming to you, they want to know where you stand on these sorts of things. And certainly investors and community in general will want to understand where you stand on these things. And the reason the auditors are getting cranked up is there's going to start to be heavy-duty sustainability, ESG reporting expectations of society, and we're part of that. So, yeah. Neil, can I just perhaps come back to you? And you were talking about additional services for your members and trying to work out their needs and meet them where they were, and special advice as an example. How's that being received? They sort of feel that you're meeting them where they need you to meet them?
Yeah, we've actually had some really, the thing that we trialled to begin with was HR and HR resource, and when you've got I guess an employee that's sick or going into sort of, you know, some sort of work cover, you know, iCare type status, and you know, if you've dealt with iCare, you know how hard that is. To get professional advice for a small business is really meaningful. So the response has been really good. It's really about how we scale it from my perspective, and we've just got to be mindful that, you know, it's a service. It's not our skill. We're calling on I guess our contacts and people that we use in our business, and advisors that we can call on. And it's also, you know, to be honest, it's also a nice leg in for them. So if the customer actually gets, or the member gets some good advice, obviously that particular company may actually get them as a client. So there's, you know, win-win both ways. So yeah, it's been really good, and I feel like we've got to keep exploring options, and you know, some of the things that, you know, we've of more recent times is some of the you know, technology in all facets of everyone's job is moving forward, and sort of, you know, how can we move into that space a little bit more.
Fantastic. And Jack, just coming back to you too, you said a few times in your presentation about meeting the members where they were, and that you were offering insurance in categories where others had given up, but there was a need for the membership. Did you want to perhaps speak a little bit more about how you read the play in terms of where member value has moved?
Well, for us, we can look at data for a number of years and see that there are large sectors of the Canadian population that have either no insurance or are substantially underinsured. And because their resources are limited, most of the insurance companies aren't interested in them, okay? They look at them as a very modest premium and a complicated system of of basically meeting their needs. So we've decided to look at that differently and said, if our goal is to meet Canadians in the marketplace and meet their insurance needs, then we can't keep ignoring this group of people. It's getting larger. Everybody wants to fight over the premium of upper middle class and upper class people. Who's fighting over the premium for someone at the bottom of the economic scale? And if you really believe you're cooperative, if you really believe your values, if you really believe that insurance should be made available in a meaningful way to all Canadians, then you can't just kind of go to the bar after the meeting's over and just have a scotch. I mean, you've got to step back and say, there's a missing group of people here. And if we believe our values, we got to do something more. And so we put a lot of energy into looking at lowering transaction costs, meeting them in the marketplace, finding out the areas in which we can see them. They're not going to come to us. We have to find ways of getting to them. We're having modest success. And I see that as a growing part of our business. It won't be a profitable part of our business. Our goal is if we break even, that's a good thing. You don't want to subsidize it by other premiums, but to kind of find models that work for that group of people is critically important if you really believe that insurance is important. Can I challenge the B Corp thing for a second?
Please.
I'm probably going to be a bit unpopular here. B Corps aren't owned by a community. B Corps aren't governed by a community. B Corps kind of rolled into town with a Mercedes and said, oh, look what we're doing. We're giving money to the Cancer Society, or we're sponsoring a baseball team. Aren't we great people? But you're not allowed to come to my annual meeting because there's no microphones there. I'm being pretty pointed here. I think we need to challenge ourselves. What's so exciting about that model versus governments and bureaucrats think it's exciting, and we've been unsuccessful in convincing them that the co-op is the real meaningful, sustainable business model. So I think we need to challenge ourselves on that versus running after them. For what it's worth.
Yeah, great challenge, Jack. I also have similar views. We debated this long and hard at our bank. One of the things that I think in this country at least we've got a challenge, and we'll hear from the group in a moment. I don't think we've grown into our own skin, and others have stolen our clothes, and we need to do a lot better with this sort of stuff. And when you look at we had a couple of local members here, Jack, that have recently been appointed to the federal government. They're New South Wales, which is the state where we are today, but they're government ministers, and they are talking a good game, which is really encouraging. But the point is that we shouldn't have to make a business case for co-ops. I mean, the large companies seem to do well out of COVID handouts. We had to go and explain our model. We shouldn't have to explain our model because our model is community. Why do you have to explain community? But we have to.
I promise not to interfere anymore because I'm taking advantage of being online. But I just think we had all sorts of regional development programs in Canada that gave no money to co-ops. So if somebody walked in the store, a regional development office, wanted to start a business, the only business model that was explained to them was a corporate business model and maybe a partnership, not co-ops, period. We had to do so much work with the bureaucracy to get them to change that attitude, not the members of parliament, the bureaucracy, so that there was somebody in every regional development office who truly understood a co-op and would have an honest conversation with an entrepreneur walking in the door to say which business model fits your goals. Not a corporate one necessarily. I think we got to just, pull up our socks and get to work. And I promise not to interfere. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. Okay, so Nace, I really loved some of the comments that you were making around the governance piece, the tone at the top, the importance of composition, the importance of succession. You mentioned a bit earlier about being very clear about going out and trying to seek the diversity in the membership to potentially come onto the board. Have you got any tips for young players on how you approach that?
No, we did a very basic thing. It was basically we were travelling as a board with the leadership team to somewhere, and we virtually just started with the long list and got the skills that Well, I identified the people with the right culture probably to start with that would suit our business. Then worked out which skills each of those people had. And that includes like board skills, being able to work as a team, not have to be the opening batsman the whole time. They are a team member on the board, there's some great people out there, but they aren't very cooperative in the boardroom. So, and just whittled it down that way. And well, the last recruitment we had just came down to 2 names, and it basically the board was probably we got consensus in the end, but they were 2 great candidates, and we approached one, and they were willing to come on as a casual vacancy. So
Fantastic.
And using that casual vacancy too, which is in our rules, I don't know whether it's in other co-op rules, it's a great chance to take that politics and personality out of your board selection, because it's virtually seen as the board has done due diligence, got the person there, gives them a huge advantage, and rarely then, well, in our co-op, we've rarely had election because it has been a non-political appointment. It's just been through straight out skills and what the co-op needs.
Oh my God, could only have prayed for that. Okay, so Roz, I know this is one of the key challenges you had on your slide. You happy to talk a bit more about that, please?
Just in terms of the governance and bringing people on.
Succession,
Yeah, I think the succession planning, it's twofold. It's not just the governance part, it's about the new members taking over the farm. You know, for us in New Zealand, obviously agri-sector's around 75% of the co-op environment, and a lot of the young bucks coming through, not interested, too hard, you know. It's like they don't want to be going onto the land, and they see the financial commitment. So what we're seeing is Fonterra's working really hard to actually change some of their share structure to actually enable the younger ones to come through, so how they're actually coming onto the farms as share milkers, that they can actually buy in shares at a smaller percentage. So it's not a traditional co-op where they will be basically buying $1 per share. There's sort of a staged approach, and it might be something worth considering. I do think that there's an opportunity for us to do more collaboration between Australia and New Zealand around some of the shared learnings. You know, I hope that off the back of today's conversations that we might do more of that. But yeah, the succession planning, it's really interesting hearing what's been done in terms of board succession as well. That's absolutely key for our members. You know, I came into this role 3 years ago, and I have to say it was like walking back into the dairy board of the 90s. I was the sole female in a room of about 150 men, and everyone was white, and everyone was over about 55 years of age. So not a lot had changed. You know, and I love working with men, don't get me wrong, but we do need to have some diversity. So it's definitely something that needs to be worked through for New Zealand as well.
Yes, I completely agree with. So if you're inviting us over for a hanging in about a month's time, then we'll be there. No. So I did a lot with Capricorn in New Zealand, and the cooperative movement there, Buttle Finlay in particular, one of the law firms there, is very, very progressive, especially in ag. And so if you've got if you want to be a bit futuristic, have a look at some ag directions. I think the ag co-ops in New Zealand are absolutely outstanding, many of them, and they're really great people to have a bit of a chat with. Just don't talk about the rugby or the cricket. That's the thing. Okay, so I'm just going to throw it open now. We've got about 5 minutes left. You're all a bit shy before, so I'm hoping that we're going to get some questions. Please, yes, thank you, sir. It's all very UN-like. We're going to the middle of microphones.
How do I turn this on?
It's on, no problem.
Okay. My name's Bill Brookman. I'm became chair recently of a ski club at Guthiga. Our main asset, or our only asset really, is a lodge. However, we have 125 members, but we are, of course, we are non-profit, and of course no dividends, and all our work, except for a few paid tradespeople at times, is voluntary without recompense. Therefore, we don't have any employees, and there's been a lot of mention about CEOs. I'd like the panel's view, and probably most relevant to Roz and to you, Trent, on who actually plays the role of the CEO when there is no such individual.
Would any of you like to have a go at this? No, so
Well, I suppose in that situation, it's like as if your CEO quits, your chair virtually becomes the de facto CEO for the day until you appoint someone as, like in a bigger business, you'd immediately appoint someone as your acting CEO or whatever. But in your organisation, that's where it does get blurred, where you do get that small, that the board and you nearly become the executive together. So to me, it's whoever's chair would be responsible for that day-to-day running in your organisation. But that's a challenge for your business, your group at a meeting to say, what is the situation? And put that make it, formalise it so there aren't arguments afterwards, so that just your communications are just so important at that level.
So I would similarly agree. So you're sort of in a board of management scenario, and as chair, that would sort of be the CEO type equivalent, if you like. So congratulations, you're the CEO. Well done. Well done. So I didn't see who was first. So okay, I'm getting air traffic control now here. So this gentleman first, then I'll come to you, sir, and then the lady will be next. Thank you, please.
I might be able to answer that previous question because I'm Tony Hill and I'm Executive Chair of the Australian Holistic Management Co-operative Limited, and that's an unpaid role. So I get to do everything for nothing. The question that's been on my mind, where our co-op was established in 2018, so we've been around less than 5 years. I guess I would regard that as still start-up phase in many ways. We've got a very modest sort of cash flow environment, so none of those large multi-number figures that we've been hearing tossed around. And my other board members are very strongly obsessed with growth of our organisation. So I would say they were growth obsessed. And the philosophical question that comes up to me, and maybe this is perhaps one of the rocks that caused Murray Goulburn to come undone, is what do you do about growth in a co-op? You know, if you go back to your loyal membership, and we've got a loyal membership who believe in what we're doing and they're very supportive, but if we go back to them for money for growth, you know, is that unfair to say, well, they've really got to pay some money to expand the size of the organisation when they're already committed? So where does the philosophy sit? Do we go back to those members who are loyally supporting us, or do we find some other source for growth of the organisation?
Thank you. Great question. Would any of the panel like to? Thanks, Roz.
I was just going to respond to that. So what we tend to see in New Zealand is that you have different types of shares, where the founding shareholders have a different valuation on the share versus the new share issues that come in for growth. But I think the reality is that what we tend to see with a lot of cooperatives, and Fonterra is a classic example, it's almost like magnetic sand. They come together, they come together, they come together, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And to keep that cooperative status and not demutualise is very challenging. What's really interesting in New Zealand is that we've just been through a great big shareholder review, capital restructure review of Fonterra, and the conversation that we were having before about CEOs who basically will destroy cooperative status. We had a CEO who was running that organisation as a corporate and effectively just about destroyed Fonterra and went the way of Murray Goulburn. We've got a new CEO who's done something quite different, but the way that he's gone around it is he's brought everyone back into the hood. And yes, it's a massive organisation, but all of those farmers have committed to that being a continuing cooperative and keeping its status. But they do have different shareholding classes to actually respond to the question that you just raised.
Just make a comment to lessons learned on Murray Goulburn. I had a bit to do with Gary Lew when he was with Sunrise. And in that role, he had a very strong chairman over him, and Gary had absolutely enormous risk appetite. But the chair of Sunrise was able to keep the lid on Gary and got a great result out of Gary. Where he went to Murray Goulburn, he got to a board that he absolutely must have just sweethearted them, and he just ran over the top of them. So it was the board there was really didn't respect that Gary had had this huge risk appetite that didn't fit the culture of that business. And that was probably the big undoing there, that was one, the selection of a CEO that had a risk appetite that didn't fit the business, and the board didn't control that CEO afterwards.
Really good point. So I would have a combination of the two, I suppose. So for me, it comes back to the board's risk appetite. So my slide has a bit of framework there. But also, I did that ready, willing and able piece. And so the board might be willing, but you may not be able to grow it. And if you are wanting to go for growth, then there needs to be parameters set around what that is, and the board signs off on it so that the CEO's got their guardrails. I think that's really important, because the CEO's going to go, well, what's my mandate? And so I think having that really good discussion around risk appetite, definitions and numbers, and if you've got a couple of people that are hot to trot and the rest of the board are going no, then unless the board's compelled to, the majority of the board are compelled to change the risk appetite, let's move on to the agenda. Now, Sam, I didn't start this, but there's a queue of people and we're over time, so you happy? Okay, I'm not going to get... So please, thank you. Oh no, I beg your pardon. Sorry, yes, please, thank you.
Right, Rob McMaster from Blue Tongue Co-operative. We help with transitioning businesses to their employees. Now, my question for Roz, it's more a comment maybe, or a thought, is what motivates me as a voluntary chairperson in our cooperative is the thought that through cooperatives we can change the society and make it a better place. And I think we all agree with that. Now, in my learnings, David Ertl over in UK did a study in northern Italy between two towns. One town had a high percentage of cooperatives, and the education levels there, the crime, a whole host of things were a lot better compared to a similar town only 100 kilometres away. I think we've probably all heard this story. Now, I was really interested in your statistics in New Zealand, saying that New Zealand has the highest amount of cooperatives in all the countries in the world. That's fantastic. My thought is, has that made any change to the culture? Is society a better place in New Zealand than all the other countries in the world?
I might just go and get some popcorn and sit down and watch.
You should all move to New Zealand. I'm not sure it's helped with some of our crime. I think COVID crime's gone out of control in New Zealand as it has everywhere else. But culturally, I think there is a real sense of inclusion in New Zealand and wanting to take, there is that sense of collaboration. But, you know, there is a lot of international players in there as well. And the way that the co-op model is applied in New Zealand, it seems to be more so in the commercial space. There's not, so those 330 businesses, I put up before about 64, they're all commercial businesses. There's, so none of them are actually operating as not-for-profits. But obviously internationally the co-op model's applied in that way a lot. So yeah, I'm not going to say that New Zealand's a better place to live because it's got a lot of co-ops, but I personally think it is.
Well done. Ladies, you've been very patient. Thank you very much.
No, that's fine. My name's Kimberly Vergone. I'm a relative newcomer to the co-op movement. I think Jack talked a little bit about how we've got to get out of talking to ourselves, and there was a lot of discussion around influencing different stakeholders, government, legislators, accountants, etc. But given that we seem to have this running head start of being ESG aligned and purpose driven that everybody else is racing to, are we doing enough in the cooperative movement to win the hearts and minds of consumers, or are we really squandering that opportunity? And I'm just curious to know what we're doing in that space.
Yeah, really good challenge, and I think we're not doing enough. Anyway, I'll shut up. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I mean, look, I think I sort of spoke a little bit about this. I think that there's in Australia, or at least there's the cooperative movement isn't as well known as perhaps it could be, and so yeah, what I would say is that yeah, I think there's a great opportunity to do more, and perhaps when we think of a common group, maybe there's there's ways in which we can all banner our businesses and banner our marketing that all sort of links together and probably adds value from whether it be, our, almost 6,000 members to, they may see value in what you do because they see an alignment piece. So I do feel like there's a huge marketing opportunity across all our businesses to do so, and just generally, with from a cooperatives perspective, I know that explaining what a cooperative means to certainly our members and our potential customers it takes a long time because people just don't get it. So yeah, there's more to be done.
Any other comments from panellists?
I was just going to add to that, going back to that B Corp certification comment I made earlier. I think you should be leveraging the fact that you're a cooperative more, and the other side is thinking about that piece around collaboration, which is one of your fundamental principles. The more you can do that in terms of sharing, the better. So yeah, which is adding on to what Neil was just saying.
Okay, the heavies have just come down. We've got the last three questions. I would agree. I think we've got so much more to do. If Richard remembers that first meeting of cooperative leaders in Old Parliament House, which was the forerunner of Business Council, Coffs and Mutuals, I mean, it's been 11, 12 years since then. BCCM has been going 7 or 8 years, something like that. They're long game, but slowly but surely we're and so the Roz challenge of male pale. She didn't say style, very kind. I don't identify with that, but I haven't been called man whale. But I think the point is if some of our generation standing here talking to you are the submerging directors, what are you hearing and what are you going to be doing as the emerging directors of our sector? Because we won't fix it in our time. It will be over to you. But I think we made a start. Please, thank you.
Hello, I'm Bridget Wardlaw. I'm from the Grove is Open Co-op. We basically do whatever comes up in conversation and we collaborate to do things. We have no paid employees. We don't have a CEO, and I wanted to speak to that question that came up earlier. We have our board and all our work is voluntary, so we blanched at the idea of having a CEO or anyone who was acting like a CEO. So we use the Trello board. Who has not heard of a Trello board? Right, it's a Kanban wall. It's kind of a to-do list, and you move cards across. And our Trello board, which is an online tool where we can all see what work needs to be done, who has assigned it to themselves, because nothing gets assigned to anybody. You volunteer, say, I can do that, and I can do that. And then you can say, right, I'm stopping doing that. Does somebody else want to pick it up? And it moves across the board until it gets to the done column. And that board is what we're answerable to. So there's no CEO telling anybody what to do, and there's nobody reporting to a CEO, but we're all reporting to each other via the Trello board. Anyone wants to know more about it? Happy to help you. It really works very well for us. Thanks.
Wonderful. That's a great share. Thank you very much. Yeah, when I do the introductory module for foundation directorship, people normally come up to me in the first coffee break and they're sort of been in the fetal position, sucking their thumb for about 6 weeks after having read the notes. And they said, we are so far away from this in terms of governance. And I said, but yes, you've got a purpose. You've come together. You're doing a thing. And I talk about Goldilocks governance, not too simple, not too complex, just right for where you are. But if you've taken on risk, you've got to have some of these frameworks in place. And if you can't do that, even if it's just together, collectively, Trello boards, however you do it, then you need to work out, well, Jack made the point, we need to be able to make an impact ultimately. And so be really clear about, how you're going to go the distance. So I'm going to go this lady first and this lady next, this gentleman next, and then we're done. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Michelle and I'm from the Pecan Farmers Cooperative. We kicked off in 2020 with 8 members to start off with, and now we're sort of floating around that 28 to 30. We have limited resources. I'm the only paid employee, and then the rest of our board is volunteers. The foundation members, I think, will be foundation members forever. They're true to our core, true to our value, and they'll never waver on moving away from the co-op. We've reached a point now that we're looking to gain more members to strengthen our co-op, And the other farming members that are out there, it's more driven about money and value and what the co-op can actually offer them. Listening here today, you know, we've got rural producer co-ops, we've got transport co-ops, we've got insurance co-ops, we've got plumbing services co-ops. They're all things that a farmer needs. With one person sort of being the paid employee and we can't reach out and cover all those needs of our farmers, do you see the capacity for a co-op like ours to be a member of you, to be able to pass on those services down to our customers that, I can't service individually, but possibly being a member of these other co-ops, we can pass those that value and those membership needs back to them.
So it sounds like your people should talk to their people. Just a bit of conflab here. So just with Capricorn, when we were Capricorn, we were the back office for a couple of regional producer co-ops. And we did it at mates' rates just to cover our costs. It was something the CEO didn't have to worry about. We had all the gear to do it. It was cooperation amongst cooperatives, that principle. And we just ran the back end. So you might find a friendly that can help you. Not everything, but some of these particular services. But that's just one example, please.
Trent, I think the huge opportunity here is sharing for start-up cooperatives and small cooperatives. Like we have a smoking policy, vehicle policy, uniform policy. There's no need for you to reinvent that. And I think I'm sure my board are more than willing to cooperate with you and share all that material with you, which could save your cooperative a lot of legwork.
Well done, that's great.
And from my perspective, you know, I'm a director on a plumbers or a buying group as well, as being the CEO of the co-op. And you know, one of the things, interestingly, I'm thinking about leveraging that side, but you know, I haven't thought about leveraging the co-op until you just spoke. Then really is, you know, certainly I'm going to be like a wholesaler to that plumbing supply business, but there's no reason why, you know, again, the mates rates type scenario to cooperatives around plumbing supplies gear, because we're suppliers, not services, you know, can't happen, and you know, that's something which I'll investigate. That sounds good.
Thank you.
Excellent, that's great sharing. International principles being observed, please.
Hello to you all. My name's Kieran Weston, and we're in the process. We're actually we're still on the blocks with one cooperative, and the motivation for us to get this initiative going is based on we believe that since 2019 that there will be major issues with food shortages in the future, and so what we've done is we've created a model which is to commercialise the domestic growing of organic vegetables in the home. And so we have thousands and thousands of people that actually want to get involved in what we're doing. But today, you know, it's a humbling and also reassuring to be with such talented people with so much knowledge. And I've probably got more questions than I have answers. I suppose what I'm wondering is that from a mentorship, if you wanted to accelerate the process, because we've probably spent about the best part of about 2.5 years trying to we know it's coming from a technological point of view, from a decentralisation point of view, from the perspective of being able to recycle and so on. And so how do you... so what we've been doing is we have thousands and thousands of people who actually want to get involved in this, and they've been waiting for the last 2.5 years for us to actually push the go button. But all of the points that you've raised today are fundamental. If we were to go live with this, it'd be a train wreck without the expertise of people like yourself that have already mineswept along the way. So, from a mentorship perspective, what would your recommendations be, given the urgency of the current situation on a local and global level? You know, because we will be confronted with, in the not too distant future, major food shortages for the masses. And in 2019, when we wrote the white paper for this and circulated around the world, I was invited into a sort of an international team, and there were counter-terrorism people, etc., that were involved. And they basically looked at potentially what we could be confronted with in the not too distant future. So what do you do when you've got an enormous amount of interest from the public in terms of, you know, wanting to get on board with this, but you're an infant when it comes to the amount of knowledge that you guys have, right? Previously, like I come from a big corporate background, but I've been a farmer for the last 20 odd years in organic farming and so on, right? And I'm challenged, you know, from a leadership perspective. I have the vision, you know, I'm not one of those fellas that actually wants to necessarily be a leader. I'm more the fellow who wants to be out there in the paddock, showing people how to do things and so on, right? So where we're at is but previously some of the work that we've done, you know, on a humanitarian level and so on, we've seen the rot come from within, mostly based on ego.
Right.
So we've been very, very successful in what we've tried to do, but it's dissolved because ego was a part of that issue, right? So all of the things that you've discussed today are very, very valid to us and very, very important that we get them right at the front end.
Absolutely.
Right? But what do we do with the thousands and thousands of people that want to jump on board now, and they've been waiting for the last 2.5 years, and yet we've still got, on this side here, what we've got is we've got an immediate need to feed people, to house people, and to provide them with an income. So in the Northern Rivers, in Byron Bay, we've lost thousands and thousands of homes. My farm went under 20 foot, and we've probably got 30,000 odd people that are homeless. And we also, down south, we have the same issue. So within both those regions alone, we've got probably some 40 odd thousand people that are interested in jumping on board with what we're wanting to do.
Yes.
Right. How do we do that, knowing that we haven't got 6 months, 12 months, the next 2 years to be able to do that?
Yes. I would have, a quick answer would be to your federation, the federation would play a big role.
At lunchtime.
Yeah. But the mentorship facility between Peter and Sam, that would be the first place I would go to in terms of their facilities and resources and the people that they would be able to recommend locally that might be able to help you. I'll hand back to Sam. I just a tone coming back. A lot of smaller co-op Sam as I'm walking to the left.
You need a mic.
Oh, yeah. Capricorn started with 11 people around a table. They were small business people. Some of them borrowed the 60 grand they all needed to put in to get the thing going. They lost it all 4 years later. And they thought, you know, is this a sign? But they started again. And here we are, 40 odd years later, a $2.5 billion business, 22,500 members, but it started with 11 people around a table who had a crack, lost a lot, and tried again. So, yeah, you might be hearing the big end of town up here, but we all started somewhere small. Yeah, sorry, Sam.
Yes, can we thank our speakers and Trent in particular and Jack in Canada at an ungodly hour.
Welcome everyone. My name's Andrew Beer and it's my pleasure to be the chair of this session today, looking at the role of cooperative housing and housing affordability in Australia. Our central question is, could housing cooperatives offer a mainstream solution to affordable business? But before we get started, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we meet today on the lands of the Gadigal people, and we pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and we acknowledge their ongoing spiritual relationship with this land. I would also like to begin by introducing our speakers today. So we are lucky enough to have 5 on our panel, and can I ask each of you to perhaps wave or stand up, whatever works for you, as I read your name out. Louise Crabtree-Hayes, Sitzel Gurmstead, Andy Fergus, Carmen Osborne, and Annette Maguire. I think there's a clear goal today in this discussion, and that goal is to have fun. That goal is to have a discussion amongst people interested in this topic and very often committed to this topic, to thinking through the issues around housing in Australia and particularly the role cooperative housing can play. I've asked in a pre-conference session, I've asked our panellists to do a very difficult thing. And that difficult thing is to give me give us all a 2-minute presentation in answer to the question, could housing cooperatives offer a mainstream solution to affordable housing in this country? Now, I have had representations that 2 minutes is a bit harsh, so I will be kind. I'm giving all of you that warning now, that I actually let you have 3 minutes, because I'm a very generous person. I'm known for that. So once we've had those presentations, we're really going to open up the conversation today. I'm happy to see if we can take any questions from Twitter, but I'm also happy, given the size of this audience and the fact that the size of this audience will allow a great deal of inclusivity, to actually take questions from the floor as well. So we'll see how we go with that, and I'll, of course, push along the discussion if necessary. We will finish on time, because I appreciate we are all busy people, and we are all looking forward to the conference dinner later tonight. So I might start at this end, if you don't mind, and ask you, Sitsul, if you could answer the question, could housing cooperatives offer a mainstream solution to affordable business? If we could have Sitsul's slides up, please.
Is this, yeah, this is working. Oh, we're getting... Different slide, please.
We might have to go in the order they're available.
Okay.
So.
No. Okay, yeah, why not? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Annette, would you be good enough to start for us, please?
Okay, so I need to back that up. Where do I point my thing to get it to do the do?
I'd point it at the screen if I were you.
There's 3 screens here, Andrew.
The one in front of you.
Excellent. Okay, so 2 minutes starts now. Okay, so what I'm going to say is that I think that yes, we can actually have a mainstream solution, and in that, what we can do is actually build on the cooperative sector that we've got. We have an existing housing cooperative here in Australia. It's very small, but I think it's absolutely imperative that we actually build on the base and the skills that we have here as we extend it and expand it and diversify it into the future. So we've got an existing diversity and expertise in our sector, and it's across a range of price points and tenures. So we've got rental co-ops, we've got ownership co-ops, and that's the base that we should be growing from because of the vast experience and knowledge of that sector over the past 4 to 5 decades. So what can they offer, and why should we have co-ops in this space, apart from everything that we heard this morning about purpose, which I think was an incredible segue for us, and how housing co-ops can be better than the market, which I think is something we really need to start spruiking. But primarily it's around thinking differently about housing. You know, we heard, I'm really glad that you said the use versus exchange value question, and how we focus back on the use value and really having longevity of tenure in our housing system. And seeing an affordable housing option that's a destination rather than a transition. A lot of our policy assumes that if you're in affordable housing, it's because you're on your path to somewhere else. And what we're talking about here is a viable alternative where you can age in place, you can build community, you can do all the things you want to do. So what's the possible future then for the sector, and what could the sector actually grow and expand into, given that we've got a nascent base to start from, and also a social licence to operate, and a range of burning imperatives that co-ops are well placed to answer. We talk about, I'm getting a tad academic, bear with me for about 30 seconds, this idea of embedded autonomy. There's been work done on housing co-ops that talks about a spectrum of relationships with the state, from what they call disembeddedness, where the co-ops are left to go it alone, sink or swim, through to what's called over-embeddedness, where the state is so heavy-handed that the co-ops really can't do what they're good at and can't be agile enough. And so they talk about this sweet spot, the sort of Goldilocks zone of embedded autonomy, where the state's supporting the co-ops but not regulating them so hard that they can't be flexible and adaptable and all the things that we heard about this morning. So we really need to aim for that. And I think we really need an ecosystem of aligned trades and sectors. So we heard some of that starting this morning with the plumbers starting to talk to the farmers. We need plumbers, we need builders, we need developers, we need electricians. And again, that can all do better than the market and all get those multiple outcomes in terms of, you know, sustainable design, you know, low carbon, zero carbon housing, all of the things that we want to see. And so I think we really are well placed here to actually set up a viable third sector as a best practice exemplar. So really taking housing into the future that we need it to be, where it's accessible, it's affordable, it's post-carbon, it's all of those things. And I think that's where we want to grow the sector. So I'll finish there.
Thank you very much. And nicely on time as well. Thank you. Can we have the next set of slides, please? And who comes up next? I think it's going to be you, Sid. Excellent choice. Sid, would you be good enough to go next?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm a bit sad I wasn't first because you took away most of my points, but
it's the joy of a panel.
Yes, but the point with my slides was more to kind of show that there is big possibilities for having a co-op housing sector as an affordable housing model. And by showing, you know, the percentage of housing stock that are cooperative housing in other countries, for instance, Denmark, which has around 35% of the housing stock are co-ops, 20% are rental co-ops. Sweden, 22% of the housing stock are co-ops, and so on. We see that in many other countries, housing cooperatives offer a middle way or a third type of housing model that is alive and thriving. Also, I think, but what is important with these countries, what should I say, the success of housing cooperatives in these countries, is a few things. One thing is, for instance, in Denmark, a very strong belief in housing as a human right. So it permeates the way they have supported and continue to support rental co-ops as a social housing model. They have also have a large national housing development fund, which actually is a revolving fund. So it's continuous construction and building of rental co-ops is kind of in perpetuity, so to speak. And every time a rental co-op resident pays his or her rent, a little percentage goes into this National Housing Development Fund. So it now has accumulated enough wealth to both act as a guarantor for new projects and also finance new housing developments. So that's funding and trying to establish kind of revolving funds or funds that can be financing this third sector in perpetuity must be like the end goal here. Another element, I think, in these countries is that we have a strong system of support, and often three-tiered. So we have the individual housing co-op, they are being supported by regional cooperative housing associations, and then you have a national federation. And the reason why that's important is that they are responsible then for education, for support, for lobbying, for advocacy of this model of housing. And so so you have this, and of course also service provision. And I liked what what was it, Jack? He talked about service provision. And by having these strong federations and housing associations, they can provide service. They give education, they give management, training and support. They help.
I'm afraid your time's up.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
My apologies.
Okay, that's okay. But the point down there is that Australia has less than 1% rental co-ops and a few dozens of equity co-ops. But as Louise said, you are. I think it's a strong sector that we need to develop on top of.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to break it up, and I'll ask our AV person to get the next set of slides up. But I might actually call on Andy to speak next, if you don't mind.
Sure. Without the benefit of slides.
Without the benefit of slides, show us how it's done.
Such is the nature of a day like this that all your best laid plans for what you're going to say change by being influenced by the conversation. So I think there's sort of two things I'm going to talk about, and neither of them are on this slide, hopefully. I'm an urban designer, I'm architect, planner by background, and I'm interested in who makes the city and on what terms, essentially. That's my sort of broader interest. And for me, I became quite fascinated during the global financial crisis with the way in which a number of European cities begun to relook at the way in which they were making significant parts of their city in terms of urban renewal. So particularly my experience of the Netherlands, as well as Berlin, specifically within Germany, saw a huge explosion of citizen-led developments funded by residents when the top end of town stopped building because the market fell away, the traditional forms of finance fell away, the community sector stepped in and built these projects. And I was completely enamoured with this in terms of what it meant on a building scale, on a community scale, but also at a city transformation scale. I then went back every couple of years, most recently 2018, and saw a story of decline, and which comes back to your point, Andrew, as well, where I saw these homes that have been built with great care and great effort begin to realise their exchange value. And so from initial fantastic intentions and building together, I saw the kind of dead end that was the freehold title, and began to understand how people were influenced in terms of their life decisions around having these assets that were transferable and they could potentially generate a revenue from. So for me, visiting Zurich, actually, I was interested you didn't have Switzerland there, but obviously the Swiss culture is very divided between its language speakers and their orientation, but certainly the German-speaking part of Switzerland has an extraordinary history of cooperatives that goes back to 1916, where they perhaps provide the substantive role of being the social housing providers in a way, which is sort of interesting. Maybe not even a third sector there, but the second sector. And I became completely enamoured with what they were able to deliver in a tenure durable way for a broad cross-section of the community, and the way in which that offered an alternative to either ownership and the package of rights we associate with that, and traditional rental and the lack of rights we associate with that in the Australian context. So that was where my interest really came from. And then by good fortune through the City of Sydney, a competition was held for the Alternative Housing Ideas competition, and through Andreas Hofer from Zurich, we were able to get a feasibility of a Zurich cooperative housing project and just hack it into the Australian system to see what would happen. So you can see I don't come from the cooperative housing sector, cooperative sector here, but have come to it in a very sort of oblique way. And through this exercise, and then continually refining this and working with financiers on how it might work, became very aware of the immense possibility to privately finance large-scale, replicable cooperative rental housing. Is that my time up?
That's your time. And finally, my phone's doing what it's supposed to.
And if I can add one other point, I think the thing that became really fascinating to me, and I live in a Nightingale apartment. I've worked with property collectives. I work with assembled communities 2.5 days a week. I've worked with a number of ethical developers, particularly in the Melbourne context. But I see a significant and growing gap that is not being filled between the very limited community housing sector, who are unable to invest in future-oriented work because of their need to provide support to their vulnerable residents, and the kind of hyper-financialised private rental and now build-to-rent sector. So for me, I see this incredible sweet spot of 40 to 60 dwelling communities in inner urban environments that can be privately financed for tenure-stable, moderate income housing.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. Look, I think we might turn to Carmen. Is it your slides that we have up next?
No, that was
Annette, sorry, Annette. Over to you.
Oh, it's me.
So if we could have the next set of slides up, thank you.
Hey. Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks, organisers and my fellow panel members. And yeah, I am speaking today about a set of insights that come from the work I've been doing as part of a research team that includes Louise and Sidsel that's looking at housing cooperatives across Australia, but also from my kind of experiential knowledge as a housing cooperator myself for the past 9 years. And I want to talk about the human element of housing cooperatives. And I think we can understand housing cooperatives as people-powered housing. So it's housing, it's people that make housing co-ops work and that produce social value. And if you're wondering what that is, stay tuned because I'm going to give some examples. So what's been really striking to witness as part of this research project is the dynamism of many different communities and different kinds of people that becomes possible through the cooperative model. And it becomes, possible to do all sorts of, amazing things through having this foundation of stable and quality housing. So I want to point out that's important because it shows that like a diversity of different people in housing cooperatives is a strength and something that we want to maintain as we look to expand the sector. So we don't want sameness of the kinds of people that we're looking to have in housing cooperatives. So to highlight one example, which you see before you on the screen, is Kapit Bahayan Cooperative in Sydney. And we're lucky enough to have some of the members right here from Kapit Bahayan. And I know that you can represent yourselves much better than I can, but I just want to flag a couple of things that really struck me. So Kapit Bahayan KB is a cooperative based in the Filipino community in Sydney, but also includes people from other cultural backgrounds. And they began with half a dozen original households and have now expanded to 73 residents. And that gives a glimpse, I won't go into it, but it gives a glimpse of what's possible through cooperators harnessing rental income plus small grants of property from the state to actually create more housing. And I think that's what's exciting, and you don't see that in rental, private rental. Your rent is just going off to some landlord. It is not going into creating more housing. And so through that base, they have been able to exercise a very strong leadership role in the community, organising an alliance of 22 different culturally and linguistically diverse communities, which has done many amazing things, but including during the COVID times, we're able to do an extensive social justice and relief program that served people across 5 different local government areas. And again, that's all coming from, the foundation of the housing cooperative. And going from that to another example of this kind of dynamism that comes through housing cooperatives, an artist cooperative in Sydney also runs an art gallery where they hold exhibitions all through the year. They have artist talks, they have classes, and they also hold music concerts. So you can see that, this kind of leadership in the community radiates far beyond the housing cooperative itself. I won't go into it, but living more sustainably. In my cooperative, we've been able to put in a water tank and to run our own, extensive veggie gardens and compost that we organise collectively, which we wouldn't be able to do alone. So just to wind up, I think that, that's just a little taste of the kinds of activation of possibilities that the model makes possible through people power, based on the foundation of stable and quality housing. So I'll keep my other comments for the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we now turn to Carmen.
Thank you. So I don't need to reiterate all the wonderful things that our cooperatives in New South Wales do, but I find that we're probably hamstrung in the fact that we're based in social housing and beholden to Land and Housing Corporation. So I'm just going to move on from Andy's comment. I do believe that the cooperative housing model, whether it be rental for ownership or a mix of those tenures, could form a really important asset class that bridges the gap between below market social housing and affordable housing, full market rental, and the golden goose of home ownership. Let's not go there. But I do think it's heartening that the new federal government and belatedly the state government are now talking about models that have this idea of sharing the burden of ownership by investing some equity. And I think from Common Equity and other housing providers and anyone who wanted to start a co-op, that equity is really the thing that holds us back. We can only borrow as much as our cash flow allows because we don't have title. So we're really limited in how we can grow the sector. But if there was another source of equity, that would be a really important thing. And I do believe that there's some barriers that have been mentioned slightly in terms of how do you... NIFIC is seen as a supply for funding, but we've ended up with Bank Australia because they actually understand the cooperative sector better, and the legal and other Commonwealth administrative barriers that were put up in front of us for NIFIC meant that our project was not going to be as viable as it was with Bank Australia funding. And we talked a little, I'm sorry I missed the morning session, but I think there's also the ability to work with other cooperatives and others such as, the teachers' bank, the police, all of those people who are essential workers who can't afford to live in greater metropolitan Sydney, and leverage working with them to create more opportunities for cooperative housing.
Great, thank you very much. It's great. Didn't even get to the end of the alarm, so beautiful use of your time. Thank you very much, Carmen. What I'd like to do next is I want to open up this to a discussion. This should really be a time where minds come together to solve the issues or address the issues around cooperative housing in Australia and its potential and how it can realise that. And I think we've already had some really wonderful contributions from our panellists, and really the great thing about a panel is you get to hear so many different perspectives. So I'm going to ask a question to kick us off, and then I want us as a group to come up with a question. So as they respond to my first question, I would encourage people to think about what they would like to ask, and it might be stimulated by what you've already heard. It might be stimulated by what people are about to say. So think of those questions, then we'll go through them and really get the best value out of this session. So my question for the panel is, what do you think is the greatest impediment to the cooperative sector in Australia achieving its potential and playing a bigger role? Now, I know some of you already touched on that just a little bit, but you might want to elaborate on your existing statements, or you might want to take that in a new direction. And what I'd like is to hear from each of you, but what we might do is go in reverse order. So, Carmen, can I have your response first?
I have prepared for this one. So I guess starting with the finance at the outset, the ability for funders to understand the model where you could have a mix of people owning and renting below market. Understanding how that model works is very difficult. And I'm really talking from a CHB's perspective, but I think any group trying to set up a cooperative would have similar barriers. I think the the property industry understanding of the model, and I really appreciate that work that's been done by the Nightingale Group in Melbourne, because they are leading not only in the design in terms of shared spaces and better use of resources, but when people decide to buy in, you know who your neighbours are going to be. They're going to be a mix of owners, people on affordable incomes and social housing rental. And so that collective idea of sharing the benefits of the housing, to me, is really important. You need that community to understand and share the burden, I guess, of living together. And as some of the co-op members here, getting on with your neighbours is actually pretty critical in a co-op. So that's one of the things that needs to be understood. And then we can go to much longer discussion about the legal impediments, how difficult it is to set up a co-op, and how those structures are understood again by lenders, people giving you planning approval. Don't get me started on the New South Wales Housing Diversity SEP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Annette, you're next.
Oh, great. Yeah, well, I think... Oh, can yeah, so I was thinking back to a speaker from Canada earlier today, talked about how, you know, it links with what Carmen was saying, policymakers don't know or understand the housing cooperative model specifically. And I think that, yeah, trying to increase the visibility of the housing cooperative model amongst policymakers would be a really good priority, but also increasing the visibility amongst the population as well, because I think, you know, that's actually one of the big impediments, is that people who need housing are not aware that housing cooperatives are an option and that they exist. And, you know, we want people to be starting new cooperatives, and for that we need them to know that that's possible. And as part of that, I think there's a big element of capacity development too that goes with that, around some of the things Carmen mentioned about, you know, cooperative processes and you know, ways of working through things so that you can get along with your neighbours, you know, and can work together.
Great, thank you very much. Andy, the spotlight's on you.
I was going to say, in terms of your first barrier, there's actually, I don't know if anyone from CEFA is here. I think Hannah Ebeling was meant to be, but I haven't seen her. CEFA has actually just received grant funding from the Lord Mayor's Charitable Foundation to build a model with property collectives doing exactly what you said with Common Equity Housing Limited in Victoria. So they will be doing blended ownership. Oh, you can't hear, sorry. Oh, I was like, do you want food or? I'm hungry. So essentially that ability for them to bring private financiers, joint venture partners in to cross-subsidise, they're exploring that right now. That's really exciting. But they're not my barriers. The two barriers I see is the unfamiliarity of the entity to financiers and other stakeholders. If I turn up and say I'm a cooperative and I'm trying to secure $36 million worth of debt for a construction project, I'm going to get laughed out the door. So what is that entity that takes the finance and is able to secure funding for development is a really interesting question. That's sort of one barrier, and by extension and connected is the question of equity. And particularly if you're looking at a model where you're designing it around cost rent, which is essentially the rental being tied directly to the cost of finance of building the building and nothing else beyond that, it's very difficult to avoid that significant margin that comes with the cost of equity, which in a commercial sense, so Nightingale Village was funded by HESTA, the cost of equity was between 12 and 15%. So they're the sort of margins you're looking at which would blow a cooperative out of the water in terms of trying to hit under market affordability targets. So I'm really interested in the conversation today about other forms of equity and whether actually that could be act as guarantor, it could be refundable grants, other types of finance that act as equity and enable you to access the debt. I think the debt is easy. I think it's that first step and the familiarity of the entity. I don't actually think, this is maybe a slightly Victorian-centric view, I do not see a single legal or technical impediment to the models that I've been trying to get off the ground at the moment. They can operate in the private market on ground leases. There's no barrier to rental cooperatives. I think the barriers, from what I understand, kick in much more when you're talking about limited equity cooperatives and other forms of ownership.
Okay, thank you. I think Sitzel, you're next.
I think my comment will be more in line with a lot of the previous comments. One element I would say, though, is there are lots of myths about what co-ops are in Australia. You know, it's a hippie commune, and you have to, I don't know what you have to do in those, but there's lots of kind of stereotypes or myths about what a co-op is, other than a really good place to live and a practical and affordable place to live. And I think we have a job to do to kind of unpack those myths a little bit and explain that it's a mainstream model in many countries. So education and raising awareness in general, both in society but also among government and business communities, is important.
Great, thank you. Louise.
Gee, there's almost nothing left to say. But I think what a lot of the unfamiliarity issues point to is this kind of really binary thinking in our housing system at the moment, and in the heads of a lot of our policymakers and all of the affiliated industries as well, like real estate agents and lenders and all of the other affiliated things that are part of the housing system, that you either own or you rent, and you're either in market rate housing or you're in social housing. And once you're in the social housing system, that comes with exactly the strictures that Carmen's flagged in terms of what you can and can't then do. And I think part of the education and awareness raising has to be around breaking that down a bit and thinking that there are other things that can sit in between those, because I think there's something, thinking about the future of the various common equities and the CHPs in the space, if there's a conversation to be had with policymakers around, well, is the community housing sector the best fit for us, or are we something else? The only other something else that the state ever thinks of is the market. So now you're the market, and now you've got to get the 12 to 15% financing, you've got to be dealing with for-profit developers, you've got the whole thing turns back into a totally speculative product, and I think there needs to be a broader and more intelligent conversation around the nuance of things that aren't the either or, that aren't these sort of strange extremes that we've created in the system that we've got at the moment. So sort of stepping into that middle space and creating an ecosystem and a sector there. And I think using some of the point of difference questions that came up this morning around what are co-ops better at, and really claiming that, and saying, we can hit the sustainable development goals, we can get to zero carbon housing, we can do universal design, all of these things that, as crying out to be done. I think the way to start to crack that space open is to claim that and go, this is what can do it, and start pushing the state from that way, so it can understand that not everything has to be the market or totally residualised and othered and all of those things that are currently being done to the social housing system.
Thanks, Louise. I just have the vibe that Andy wants to respond, or are you just wriggling
about it? not specifically to Louise's comments, but I was thinking about Sidsel's comments around a kind of branding or identity challenge around association of co-ops. And the thing I was thinking about is when my alarm woke me up too early this morning and I went for a big walk around the area, the number of businesses called Commons or Collective that are selling fitness wear or carpet, or I don't know, but there's sort of this extraordinary tech association with this language, which was traditionally adjacent to the cooperative sector, that's been co-opted, and at the same time the term co-op has slid in terms of the way in which it's used. And I was just thinking there's some work to be done around branding. You almost need, I don't know if anyone else is a fan of the Gruen transfer, but they get these two teams to essentially compete on if someone could pitch that to them and see what they came up with, because it's free, that would really, really extraordinary to see how an advertising firm would approach this, because the way that language is being used is really extraordinary. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this.
Yes.
Yeah.
It made it really difficult to find a business name. They're all taken by the influencers.
Tech bros.
Okay, well, I would think we should now transition to the point where we have you asking the question. So can I ask you to go first, you, and then you? So I don't know people's names. If you wouldn't mind going first, but can I ask you to use the mic, please?
Yeah, can everyone hear me? Yeah, I need a mic. I can yell at a man on a crane. Time to figure out how to solve the housing crisis because it's big. And I've been to many, many housing forums, most of them run by the Greens, leading up to the election, in which it's 2 hours with people crying into a microphone. and it's easy to get caught up in that. And yet, when you looked around the room of those pubs and looked at the car keys on the table and the quality of the shoes, I realised that there was enough money in the room to solve the problem. That we as a community are empowered to solve all of our problems. Problems are people problems, actually, and Ukraine knows that more than anyone. They have a problem with a person right now. So how we solve people's problems is with people. And my question to the panel is, why when we're talking about housing, why are we disconnecting the housing model from a bloody good business model that is cooperatives? Why aren't we seeing the cooperative model living up to its full potential and acting like a publicly listed company, issuing debentures, issuing CCUs, and really starting to pull those really powerful levers that we have to solve this problem without having to cry to government for funding or all these other sectors for funding, to be free from that, to allow the people themselves to solve their own problems?
Great question. Thank you very much. Panelists, it's up to you.
I'll jump in. We've been looking at this at Common Equity, and we've got, I guess, a dichotomy between what we would love to do and the fact that we're registered as a community housing provider and have, I guess, those constraints. And, you know, I speak without the authority of the board or anyone else in the room. I'm actually also thinking about whether we need another entity that does what you've just said, which is that we actually set up as a for-profit to push the housing cooperative sector much more quickly than we're able to do.
Great. Any other perspectives from the panellists?
Maybe just Nick and I had that exact conversation about half an hour ago, because it is, you know, the specific gap that I see with cooperatives. This isn't quite answering your question, sorry, but the gap that I see being filled is being filled only because of this kind of artificial limit on the CHP sector, and I think the Netherlands is maybe the context I know best apart from Australia, and their sort of housing corporation model, I guess, is probably the best way to describe it, is really fascinating in one way because of the diversity of their portfolio and their ability to fund all sorts of housing. It always shocks you when a housing corporation says we're providing 30% social, 20% starters, which is a really disturbing Dutch term for assuming that someone's about to have a child, i.e. a young couple. And then they'll have, and we got 20% sky high. You're like, well, what's sky high? Well, it's for the executives. Oh, okay. And so within each housing project that they deliver, they're actually providing this extraordinary blend of housing in every different direction that's allowing them to be solvent. So in terms of a CHP doing this, the thing that's incredibly powerful, and Louise hit the nail on the head with the complete loss of privileges when you leave the CHP sector and enter into the market, you're absolutely on your own against I don't know, Aqualand, Crown Group, Meriton. Seriously, like you're entering that space. But if you can retain that privilege, the thing the CHP can do is the kind of, from a tax perspective, they call it the kind of the op-shop principle, which is the church that's non-profit that can operate a for-profit op-shop as long as it's funding its principal purpose. There's nothing to stop the CHP setting up an entity that generates a profit, that as long as it funds back into the principal purpose of the CHP. If a cooperative set up in the market, if you sort of set one up in Brisbane tomorrow, in terms of the sort of, for your ability to attract the GST exemption, which is huge in a construction project, you would have to be able to demonstrate PBI status, or public benevolent institution. The kind of key performance criteria for that must have been written in the deep, dark depths of Georgian London, because it's sort of this incredibly punitive description of, are you basically at risk of being on the street, or are you already on the street? So housing key workers or moderate income is completely not possible under that status. But if you've already got DGR status in another area of the law, and then you are still getting these benefits around property rates, around stamp duty, around all these things which just give you a free kick against the Meritons of the world, and you can compete in the private market with that privilege. So learning from the Dutch context of this kind of solvent, cross-subsidised portfolio of housing a broad sector of society, I think there's a huge opportunity for the CHP sector to do that.
Great, thank you very much. We had a question from the gentleman at the back there. Would you care to ask it now?
I wanted to ask the panel, have any of you ever dealt with the rural tiny homes in any way? And if so, is that any different for you guys in terms of your approach in the city, in the suburbs?
Okay. There are, in a New South Wales context, in particular in northern New South Wales, a lot of, they were called multiple occupancies, I don't know what the planning definition is now, of a group of homes that were run together. And I don't think the gentleman's here, but there's a cooperative up there that's sort of been managing and expanding quite, and they're ownership cooperatives, my understanding. I think we've looked at tiny houses. I think that's just like a low-cost delivery system. It's not necessarily delivering the whole spectrum of what you need to do to be a cooperative in terms of people working together, collectively sharing resources. I think our model is equally effective in rural communities, and actually I think can be more effective because the rural co-ops tend to link into their local community much more effectively than a lot of the city co-ops. So I feel like tiny houses are a little bit of a sidebar, sorry.
Others from the panel?
I'm happy to weigh in on the tiny house thing. Having been at every housing forum I go to, there's usually a couple of tiny house questions, and I think the question is a solution leading the question. You know, what is it? What's the need? What's purported to be the benefits of it? I mean, one which is very much in Louise's wheelhouse is the decoupling of the cost of housing from land. So that fact that you're not tied to land. Well, there are different ways to do that if that's the question, rather than necessarily it being on a trailer and having perhaps a subclass of building structure and what that might mean in terms of safety and thermal comfort and all these sorts of things. It becomes a slightly unregulated area. The promise of it being unregulated is the same risk. I always, maybe as a planner by background, I'm conditioned to always think of the 10 negative consequences of the one positive rule I want to make. And so that's always kind of my frame of reference. But I also think it comes to another thing, which is around the presumption that small equals affordability. And I think that's very much within an ownership paradigm. And I think that once you start to look at alternative forms of finance and delivering, whether it's limited equity or rental cooperatives, actually suddenly you can provide housing of appropriate size for people's whole of life cycle needs without having to innovate necessarily on pure compactness alone. Of course, there are construction benefits of building less floor area, and compact homes are a good thing to explore, but there's a question around the duration that someone can necessarily live in that. And then the final point on tiny homes is the kind of truth of their land footprint to be effective. I think the amenity of a tiny home, as it does when I take my sister's camper van camping, you know, the amenity of it is not in a parking lot in Marrickville. The amenity of it is in you know, Crescent Head or something like that, where I've got this spectacular landscape. And so I think there's a bit of a false economy there around the types of sites where a tiny home becomes attractive, and where perhaps it becomes kind of amenity compromised when it is in a better service location that's walkable, cyclable, doesn't require a car to get around. So yeah, maybe there's some of my, I think there are hundreds of solutions to the housing problem that all have their place, and tiny houses have a place, but I think it should remain very small in the overall spectrum of things.
Great, thank you. Other questions from the floor? Yes, thank you.
Cooperative Limited, which was mentioned by Annette a while ago. We have been operating 100% managed by the co-op tenants themselves for about 27 years. Yes, that's long we've been there, servicing the community. Originally, we catered to the housing needs of the Filipino community. Incidentally, I belong to that community, and I'm proud to be one. But after a while, we saw that the need is universal. It's not only Filipinos who need affordable housing, comfortable as well. And so that's when we thought of expanding our membership to other communities. And it was really a challenge at the beginning, because if it's something new, there's always that fear. What's going to happen? How are we going to manage the different cultural practices as well as the language barrier? But we were able to manage those. For example, in our one of we are now managing about 5 sites within the Western Sydney region. We started in Auburn, and then Berala, Marylands, and Wentworthville, Canleyvale. We also manage the housing cooperative in Campbelltown area, Lumea. But after a while, they became separated from us because they were now in a position to manage on their own. There has been not much problems or issues in managing people from different cultural backgrounds. And so I'm sharing this because some people, they would like to have their own people living together with them. But that is impossible. We live in a multicultural community in Australia. And the more diverse the tenants are living together in harmony, the better is the outcome for the community in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder if any of the panelists would like to respond.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, I think, just what Sen just said, exemplifies, the value of the model and of cooperators themselves, being able to problem solve, being able to be resourceful, deal with anything that comes up, and, and find ways through, muddling through together, and being able to keep going and becoming stronger, from that process. And I think that, to me, it seems like addressing the issue about lack of familiarity with cooperatives is really going to be addressed by cooperators themselves, drawing on, people who are out there doing it, making cooperatives happen. I feel like that's a very powerful kind of voice and element to enable people to understand, what it is that this model offers. And so just really want to big up, that idea that there's a wealth of knowledge, skills, know-how, amongst the housing cooperative sector that really can be a very, valuable resource, for going forward and expanding.
It's really interesting to hear you said that you got to a certain scale and then sort of split. What was the scale at which how many homes did you have before you started to split up into individual communities?
We have five. We have five sites.
Yep.
Okay, managed by one board of management.
Yes.
Okay, and then we were offered the sixth site because it was offered originally. The sixth site that we managed for a while, it was offered to us by Common Equity New South Wales. It was really intended for people with disabilities, okay? And so everything that you expect, all the facilities that you expect to cater to those special needs people were there, ready for occupancy. They offered it to one of the cooperatives that caters to people with disability in Minto, but they refused it because they themselves said, we are already struggling, okay? Manage our own co-op. Why should we be managing additional co-ops? And because there was an urgency for these 10 units, urgency for it to be occupied, because for fear that it might be, what's the term? No. It's for the I'm losing my mind, I have it there, but I'm in that stage now. Anyway. Because there was nobody occupying that very big compound, there was a fear that people will just occupy, move in, and just destroy. Yes. I just can't. Yeah, squatting. Okay. And so when it was offered to us, and we did not realize that it was so soon for us to occupy it. We said yes, but let us show us that property. We went to look at the property, and wow, it's a very ideal property. It's like going for a holiday. It's like a holiday atmosphere. And I said, okay, all right, let's take it. Because, we have not experienced being offered that quick. We didn't have to struggle to really convince Common Equity or the former ARCH, the Association to Resource Cooperative Housing that was in the 1990s. And so we got it. And it was very, very, very successful. When they were able, originally we had to manage it, but after a year, they were ready to manage on their own. And yes, those people who are living there are people with special needs as well, and most of them are I would say, senior citizens, but very responsible people.
Thank you for that. And I think Sitsa would like to say something in response.
Yes, I just want to kind of acknowledge the amazing educational capacity Kapit Bayan has had in the co-op housing co-op sector in Sydney. And I think one of the things that this speaks to is that you came from the Philippines, where the cooperative model is very well known, and you have actually master programs in cooperatives. And so you came to Australia with amazing skills and knowledge about this model, and were able to very quickly then disseminate this. And I don't know how Common Equity feels about it, but I'm just so I'm so impressed by how you were able to support other co-ops.
Just very quickly, I have another question back there.
Okay, anyway, all right. I think I would like to share our success as well. Aside from being able to
2 minutes,
being able to help out more families, we were able to save $500,000 from the collection of the rent from our cooperative, and we used that amount to purchase a land. And then we applied for funding. Of course, common equity was already there, I think, at the time. We were able to put up 6 townhouses in Canley Vale. And how did we do it? We had so many other activities that we were doing for free. Okay. So we would use some materials, some building materials, to improve our surroundings. That's free. Free materials and free labor is provided by the cooperative members. So can you just imagine the amount of money that we saved, okay? And use it for the purpose of expanding the cooperative and for helping more people.
Thank you very much. Now, Peter has the next question.
Thank you. And thank you for using the microphone, because we're actually being streamed, and unless we have the microphone, we can't hear the questions, or the universe out there can't hear the questions, so thank you for that. I'm sorry I missed the early part of the session, so my query is really, because in discussion I've had with Andy, but certainly, Andrew, you brought this up in your session this morning, and that is the paradigm regarding rental. And the session is to a degree about affordability, but community ownership. And a lot of the paradigm is about that home ownership scenario. And the issue is the home ownership the still the goal here, or can we go to a new model and a thinking process around rental that is not, oh my God, I'm just a renter. That it's actually part of the paradigm shift here. And so my question is to everybody, but certainly actually to Andrew and to Andy and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. A very conceptual question, so I'm sure the academics are going to love it. Who would like to go first?
Well, I'll just say something very, very briefly. Yeah, that it doesn't have to be a dichotomy, between renting and owning. And yeah, I feel like Sen's comments just now, were very opposite to that question, because they show that actually rental income can generate more housing. So renting doesn't have to be this kind of dead end where you're paying all this money into someone else's pocket, where it's actually not producing anything. But in fact, rental income can become something that is productive and that is producing more housing. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Carmen.
I was just going to hark back to Sidzor's slide, and I think that concept of a rolling fund where as each project, depending on the mix, whether it is rental ownership, but long-term secure rent being a very important outcome. As the projects mature, whether that funding can be rolled back into expanding the sector and using, we talked earlier about, something that's not a CHP, a super cooperative banking type entity that actually funds these things, and maybe with super fund money, just putting it out there, that could recycle that capital to keep growing the sector. So I think ownership could be a little part of it, but maybe some sort of collective ownership of the asset would be, to me, more preferable.
Great. Others from the panel?
Yeah, I think I think the point about rent not being dead and what the collective ownership actually enables is really crucial. And I had when we were listening to Jack this morning talking about the co-ops and the difference between service and patronage, and what you get for your money that you put into your co-op. I started thinking about that in the housing sense, because ownership's basically that patronage model. You put this money into it and then nothing happens until you die, kind of thing. And it's like, what use is that? It's like compared to the service that you get from having the income and having the revenue actually working and generating all of these other benefits, as Annette was saying. And I think that, I don't know, I think that I'm hoping that the sort of slight unsettling of ownership that's going on at the moment, where it's just becoming so unaffordable and people are becoming arguably less interested in it, I'm hoping will open up a space where we think a little bit more imaginatively about, well, what could these revenue streams actually do? And if we're not wedded to this idea of ownership because there are other ways to get the things that we think only it can do, which are the things around stability, dignity, autonomy, if we can get those through another tenure form, then the power of that equity that would otherwise just be sitting there until you die, I think is extraordinary. So I'm hoping we can start to open that space up a bit in our thinking.
And this is sort of to replay a bit of the conversation we had about this as well, was while I think there's to a degree an acceptance, it's not a ideological position that rent is important. It's happening. It's happening across Canada, the UK, the US, Australia, where we can see ownership, a wide base of ownership in the middle class as maybe a blip in history rather than a broader trend to which we're returning to a kind of new Gilded Era or whatever else we want to call it. But there was sort of a great piece of research done by the ABC on sort of housing in 2019, where the survey said that 92% of people aspire to own their own home, and 52% of millennials will never own their own home based on current trends. The thing that's extraordinary about that, I was flattened with my most recent vaccine. Oh, sorry. I was flattened with my most recent vaccine reading census data last weekend, which was fascinating because millennials just became the equal biggest demographic category with baby boomers for the first time. And they're the ones that are bearing the brunt of this. And we're already seeing a massive transfer of wealth from the baby boomers to the millennials via parents assisting into property. But this is where we're really going to see this gap grow very quickly between those who inherit that wealth before death and those that don't necessarily. So the first point is to say that the rental paradigm is inevitable, which is just the question is how we position ourselves within it. So this concept of generation rent is talked about a lot. And once you start to get a renter electorate, that's when your politics change. If you're Zurich and you've got 91% of your housing is rental, you vote for rental stability. When you have an ownership paradigm, you vote for the protection of the value of your home. So I think that's a really interesting space that we're starting to enter into. The second thing I would say is that I'm not sort of rushing headfirst into this with excitement, because our whole stability of our society in a kind of post-Menzies era is around the stability of ownership and what that means into retirement. And so the thing I fear greatly, and this is occurring particularly in single older women more than any other group, is that risk of not having sufficient wealth in the later years of life for self-funded retirement. And if you don't have a home as the basis for that, what other forms of investment do you have? And so I'm really interested in, are there ways in shifting to these models that we could start to build parallel investment funds that are higher productivity? Housing investment is stupid for the economy. It's really bad for productivity. You actually want to be investing in much more diverse, manufacturing, production, R&D, etc. If we could start to build funds for these rental communities where they can earn a return outside of housing, maybe that is one way to address that retirement issue later in life. But that's the thing, that it scares me, that trajectory, only insofar as what it means later in life when you're no longer a market participant.
Thank you. And Sitzel, you get the last word in the session.
Well, okay. Just let me think about it. Then I need to spruik the research project that we're on, because...
No, you don't. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, no, I have to do that, because one of the things that I think is really important is to understand the social value of co-ops, and that it's as Annette was talking about, it's a productive investment in a way. And I think that the more we can document that and brand it as that, I think is so super important. So that was one element. The other thing about rent is that, for instance, in the Danish rental co-op sector, they have a very strict, what should I say, legislated rent policy, or what you say, guidelines, where there's a certain part of it goes to maintenance, and it's legislated and it's very much policed, I would say, so that the quality of apartments never goes below it doesn't degrade, basically. So rental co-op apartments in all through Copenhagen has a good quality, and the quality is maintained. And you know, I live close to a social housing where I live, and it's so depressing to see quality of housing being so poor here. And but that's not the case when you have legislated quality of housing through the system.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're out of time. And when I first started work as a lecturer, the entire scope of the induction I received was just an instruction to start on time and finish on time. So I've always remembered that very simple message. I know there are people who have had questions that they haven't got an opportunity to speak. I would encourage you to approach the panellists after this session to raise those issues with them. And of course, I encourage all of you to continue this discussion. It's a very important discussion. I think it's been a very provocative and very powerful discussion, so thank you for participating in it. But I would ask you now to thank our panellists. And enjoy your next break. Thank you.